Well, welcome, your esteemed colleagues, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, and members of the press who are here for this first session. Welcome to the 12th IEA, IEF, OPEC Symposium on Energy Outlooks. My name is Joe McMonagle, the Secretary General of the IEF. Before we get started, I'm pleased to welcome our co-hosts from our partner organizations, Dr. Fadi Birol, the Executive Director of the International Energy Agency, who I saw just two days ago in Turkey or in Cairo, where he gave the keynote speech at the Egypt Petroleum Show, and I send my appreciation for waiting for our delay here this morning to you and your colleagues. Also from OPEC, we have Dr. Ayad Al-Khattani, the Director of OPEC's Research Division. He's representing the OPEC Secretary General, and of course, no stranger to the energy outlooks here and a good friend of the IEF. I'd also like to welcome our invited guests. Very delighted to have the Director General of the International Renewable Energy Agency, Irina, Francesco La Camera, Engineer Alfonso Blanco Benia, the Executive Secretary of Oecd, the Latin American Energy Organization, Rafael Mariano Grossi, the Director General of the IEA, His Excellency Engineer Mohammed Hamel, the new Secretary General of the Gas Exporting Countries Forum, GECF. It's an honor to host such distinguished visitors to our headquarters in person again after a 2-year hiatus. I extend a warm welcome to all of our speakers and participants who join us remotely, some who will be joining us remotely, and of course to the audience watching the live stream on the IEF website and social channels. In October of last year, the leaders of the group of 20 largest world economies, the G20, called on the IEF to intensify dialogue on energy markets, considering the growing challenges we face this winter and this spring. I look forward to working with all of you using the IEF's neutral platform for dialogue to enhance market stability and make progress towards a just and orderly transition. Today, we're presented with 4 indisputable market realities. 1, a powerful rebound in demand over the last 12 months. 2, a second consecutive year of shortfalls in energy investment. 3, rising prices that hurt consumers and exacerbates energy poverty. And 4, elevated levels of uncertainty. These are all symptoms of a market in flux with a rapidly changing world. As we see in the outlooks presented today, this uncertainty is playing out in the scenarios for the future. I want to thank Richard Newell, the Resources for the Future President, for their collaboration in drafting this year's Outlooks Comparison Report. Energy market outlooks were for decades the preserve of a small group of experts, but today they've become a critical component for understanding the future of our climate. They have taken on a whole new significance beyond our industry. Since the Paris Accord in 2015, climate policymaking has moved into higher gear. With new announcements made at COP26 in Glasgow, 90% of the world's greenhouse gas emissions are now covered by net zero commitments. But this is where the certainty ends. The energy industry is struggling to understand what this means for the long term, and the pathways are uncertain. As our Outlooks Comparison Report highlights, long-term scenarios show ever wider variations between the highest and lowest case projections for liquid fuels demand by 2050. The difference has skyrocketed this year to 105 million barrels a day, equivalent to the size of today's oil market. This highlights the growing gap between our desired targets and the outcome deemed most likely to occur under policies announced in 2021. The fact that this gap has grown every year for the last 12 years demonstrates that we are moving further away from our goals with every year that passes. Quite simply, we are not on track. So how should policymakers respond to this dilemma? The reality is that 80% of the world's energy needs continue to be met by fossil fuels. This number has not changed in 3 decades, despite the spectacular rise of renewables to date and in the future. Having dropped by 5% in 2020 with the onset of COVID-19, global energy consumption has roared back to pre-pandemic levels, including demand for fossil fuels. But investment in upstream oil and gas last year was still 23% below 2019, according to a report that we published at the IEF with IHS Markit. Investor hesitancy and restrictions on fossil fuel investments are now having real-world effects. Energy poverty has worsened during the pandemic, and as we all know, consumers are faced with sharp price increases. Esteemed guests and colleagues, disinvestment in energy supply will not deliver a just and orderly transition and cannot be our response to the climate crisis. On the contrary, policymakers must support investment on three fronts simultaneously. One, in low carbon energy sources that are commercially viable today, such as wind, solar, and nuclear power. Two, in fossil fuels in which we rely to maintain market stability. And three, on energy innovation. As the IEA stated in their excellent 2020 technology report, almost half of the emissions reductions needed to meet the net zero goals by 2050 will come from technologies that do not exist or have not reached commercial viability today. Innovation holds the key to getting the world on track to meet our shared goals. Carbon capture technologies are beginning to be incorporated in new industrial projects, and we are witnessing interesting advances in less mature technologies like direct air capture and nuclear fusion. Technology breakthroughs can close the gap in the outlooks and strengthen the stability of energy markets to the benefit of all. But we are not moving fast enough. So there is no time to waste to get the world on track for a just and orderly transition. Thank you for joining us at this important forum today, and I look forward to a stimulating day of insights and analysis. Now let me turn to our co-hosts for their opening remarks, and I'll turn first to Dr. Fadi Birol from the IEA, who's joining us today from Paris. Dr. Birol, the floor is yours.
Very many thanks, Joe. Excellencies, dear colleagues, good morning to all of you from the International Energy Agency headquarters in Paris. I am here together with Mr. Keske Sadomari, our Director for Energy Markets. I wanted to begin by thanking our co-organizers, the IEF and OPEC, for organizing this 12th Symposium on Energy Outlooks. And congratulations to you, Joe, for bringing so many of us all together for hopefully constructive dialogue on energy markets and climate. Very many thanks to provide this forum for this dialogue. Dear colleagues, the first point I would like to make is about the prices. Today, very high oil and gas prices are putting a huge burden on households, economies. And with these prices, there is a great risk that the global economic recovery will be much weaker than it was thought before. First, on the oil markets. We all know that after the COVID dip, global oil demand showed a very strong, robust growth. And as a result of that, when we look at the production side, we were very happy to see that the OPEC plus countries coming together and setting targets to increase their production. At the same time, we also see, when we look at the numbers, additional production from United States, Canada, Brazil, and Guyana, and the others will come, hopefully to comfort the markets and bring the prices to a more reasonable levels. But there is an important but here. There is a significant difference between the targets that the OPEC plus countries set in terms of their production levels and what is produced today. our latest oil market report shows that this gap is close to 1 million barrels per day. So therefore, it will be important that the OPEC plus producers narrow this gap and hopefully provide more volumes to the markets in order to reduce the volatility and bring the risk of high oil prices hurting the economy down. So this is an area that I wanted to underline. The second, under natural gas markets, we are also seeing natural gas markets very high, especially in Europe, Asia as well, but Europe is experiencing record level of high prices. But dear colleagues, let's call the things by their names. There is enough gas. It is not lack of gas, but what we see is that I call it the artificial tightness in the European gas markets, because the major supply of gas to Europe decreased its deliveries to Europe about 25% this quarter compared to previous years. The storage levels, gas storage levels, are extremely low, and as a result, we are seeing that the gas prices bringing a lot of burden on the economies of European countries, both for heating but also for the electricity. And this artificial tightness comes at a time when there are serious geopolitical tensions among the countries. But my wish is, as we have been saying since years, not to politicize the energy for different reasons, and energy should remain as a part of the economy, as a part of the business. The third point I would like to echo here, Joe, in terms of the critical issue of climate change. When we talk about the energy outlooks, we cannot ignore to talk about climate change, because, as we all know, more than 80% of the emissions causing climate change comes from the energy sector. So therefore, we cannot on one hand say that we want to reach the international climate targets, but on the other hand, not to agree to transform how we produce and use energies today. If we want to reach our global climate targets, and as Joe said, many countries have, around the world put pledges there, then we have to change how we produce and use energy. And in that respect, I am well aware of the potential challenges this transformation of the energy system may put on the economies of the producing countries. Producing countries made a lot of contribution in the fight against lack of energy access, helped the energy security and economic development for decades. This has to be recognized. But at the same time, we have to reach our climate targets. This means the reduction of use of fossil fuels in an unabated format. This is important, and we cannot ignore this very fact. And in that respect, it is no time in the history, it has been so important for the producing countries to diversify their economies as quickly as possible, because I believe no company, no country will be unaffected by clean energy transitions. When we say clean energy transitions, we are looking to see further growth of renewables, solar, wind, hydropower. We are seeing a huge growth of electric cars around the world, in China, Europe, and elsewhere. We are seeing a comeback, making comeback of nuclear power in many countries around the world where it is accepted. And there are numerous countries coming with the strategies of hydrogen, and which puts a lot of interest on the future of electrolyzers. Together with this, of course, we are seeing that the carbon capture and storage and the others are being a part of the equation. So the word to sum up, dear colleagues, there will be a new global energy economy, and it is emerging. We will not drop using oil and gas tomorrow. The world will need oil and gas several years to come. However, if we want to reach our climate targets, we would need less oil and less coal and less gas we use today in an unabated format. Otherwise, our targets and policies will not be compatible. But here, the importance of this forum is that it is important to discuss how this transition can be made in an orderly manner, so that on one hand, we reach our climate targets, but on the other hand, producer economies are part of the solution, because without their contribution, we cannot address this issue. And in terms of dialogue in the IEA, we believe how important the dialogue is, how crucial dialogue is, and not with the words, but also with the deeds. I would like to bring the colleagues' attention what happened in the days of the minus oil prices. When the oil prices went to the minus levels, when there was the Black April, it was the International Energy Agency who stood up and said, we have to all come together and have an extraordinary meeting with the producers and consumers to find a solution to the problems of the oil industry, which was very, very fragile. Together with the G20 presidents of Saudi Arabia, we were very happy to bring together all the producers and consumers in a very short period of time. And I believe this is an important, concrete signal that the dialogue is important, and the forum that now our colleague Joe provides us today. Thank you very much, Joe, to discuss the issues, to learn from each other, and to share our preoccupations. Once again, thank you very much to International Energy Forum and OPEC Secretariat for co-hosting this valuable symposium. Very many thanks from Paris to Riyadh. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fadi. You have lots of friends here, and we deeply appreciate you taking some time. And I know you're not here, so you can't see it, but we do have for the first time a Chevy Bolt, Chevrolet GM Bolt electric vehicle outside in front of the Secretariat here. And I happened to meet with Amin Nasser in last month, I think, and he informed me that Aramco is, of course, putting out their own gas stations, Aramco flag gas stations. And then every one of the fuel stations, they have electric vehicle charging stations. So it's the transition is happening even here in Saudi Arabia and in the Gulf. And again, we thank you for your leadership and contribution today. Now let me turn to our other co-host today, Dr. Katani from OPEC. Dr. Katani, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Good morning to you all. On behalf of His Excellency Mohammed Sanusi Barkindo, the OPEC Secretary General, as well as my colleagues back at the OPEC Secretariat, I would like to start by saying that it is an absolute pleasure and a distinct honor to be with you today, to be able to meet you again in person at the 12th IEA IEF OPEC Symposium on Energy Outlooks. I'd like to thank our hosts, in particular, His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman Al Saud, the Minister of Energy of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, for holding this very important and unique forum for consumer-producer dialogue. Special welcome to our esteemed invited guests, His Excellency Rafael Mariano Grossi, the Director General of the IEA, as well as His Excellency Francisco La Camera, the Director General of IRENA. Good to see you, Your Excellency. And His Excellency Mohammed Al-Hamid, the esteemed Secretary General of the GACF. To our partners, His Excellency Joseph McMongle, the Secretary General of the IEF, as well as His Excellency Fateh Peyrul, the Executive Director of the IEA. Thank you very much for the bonds of friendship and your eager willingness to work together to ensure energy security and energy equality for the entire world. Our deep and meaningful collaboration has indeed affected the world citizens who rely heavily on us to find solutions for the very substantial problems facing the mankind today. Indeed, our three organizations, the IEA, IEF, as well as OPEC, have been working together on this highly prized symposium on energy outlooks for a dozen years now. This platform has provided us all with a very special arena to openly examine and compare our data and outlooks, and to learn from each other to enhance producer-consumer dialogue on energy security and improve on market transparency. We look forward to this annual meeting, which supports our desire to continuously improve on our gains. Comparing our outcomes has become indeed easier over time, and this has led to improved data quality as well as outlooks. We are able to focus more clearly on differences related to shifts in energy demand supply patterns, as well as how much our compared energy metrics change over time. Our definitions and absolute levels of baselines differences, they have lessened over time, indeed, and we will continue to examine historical baseline data. I can say with confidence that market confidence has positively been affected when dialogue takes place using comparable data and transparent methodologies in deriving the outlooks that we will see today. The IEA, IEF, as well as OPEC are working together to achieve an orderly energy transition. Their excellencies have elaborated on today, along with more secure and sustainable energy future. Our dialogue supports energy security while addressing environmental protection and mitigation of climate change, while moving economic prosperity forward for all on this planet, including the most deprived. We have a history of rich collaboration throughout a wider work program agreed by our honorable institutions and endorsed by their excellencies, the energy ministers, back in 2010 at the 12th IEF Ministerial Energy Forum that was held in Cancun under the Cancun Declaration. This includes the Symposium on the Energy Outlooks that started in 2011, as well as Gas and Coal Symposium since 2012, interaction between physical and financial markets since 2011, and last but not least, the historical baseline comparisons for the data that we have started in 2015. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the last 2 years of the COVID-19 crisis and ongoing recovery are like no other that we have seen in history. We hope that this year we will emerge and escape the grip of this pandemic. We have all found it challenging since the beginning of the pandemic to know which direction this adversary will travel in. In the last over the last year or so, we've seen two powerful variants, namely Delta and then Omicron, that wore on both market confidence as well as global economy. And we have had to remain nimble and flexible in our outlooks to incorporate such sudden and dramatic changes. The International Monetary Fund put it very well a few weeks ago when they said, and I quote, "To address the many of the difficulties facing the world economy, it is vital to break the holes of the pandemic," end of the quote. Fortunately, the IMF foresees the effect of Omicron variant rather fading in the second quarter of this year. However, the emergence of deadlier variants could prolong the crisis. Monetary support and pandemic-related economic problems have led to increasing debt burdens for many countries, particularly in the developing countries. And in addition to these, many of the other challenges remain for this year. The geopolitical issues still heating up, the supply chain breakdowns are continuing, the gas shortages, as well as the lack of investment, particularly in the oil sector, upstream mainly, are exacerbating the market volatility. From our latest monthly oil market report, we estimated the global economic growth to have grown by 5.6% last year, and we forecasted to grow by a healthy 4.2% this year. However, the uncertainties surrounding the COVID-19 remain. With this, we estimated the global oil demand to have grown by about 5.7 million barrels a day last year, and we expect it to grow by a healthy 4.2 million barrels per day this year. In the medium and long term, it is clear that the world will need more energy. And as we will see from the Secretary's presentation that will follow in a later session today, we expect by 2045, the global economy is expected to more than double. The world population is set to expand by, reaching 9.5 billion people. And we need to remember that there is a huge potential for socio-economic development in terms of expanding access to modern energy services for those billions who continue to go without. With this, we see the global energy demand expanding by at least 28% by 2045. And indeed, this will require the use of all forms of energy to support the post-pandemic recovery, the energy transition, and address the long-term energy needs. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the Declaration of Cooperation, as many of you know, the countries participating in the DOC have taken a measured and deliberate approach to tackle the demand chaos that was generated with the pandemic, guiding the oil market back to stability. Our decisions throughout the hardest time in the history of the oil market have proven to be correct, and we have met regularly and frequently, once every month throughout 2021 and still today, rather to ensure that market conditions are being closely monitored and that our responses are transparent, accurate, and most importantly, effective. Our work under the DOC over the past 5 years have been of utmost fairness, transparency, and cooperation. And from its initiation, many of you know, have witnessed it in December 2016, due to the market downturns that we've seen 2014 through 2016, the Declaration of Cooperation has proven itself once again to be an invaluable tool in supporting oil market stability in the face of incredible and rapidly changing and unknown odds. The lodestone of this success has been the teamwork and dialogue, joining together with ever more consumers, producers, institutions, as well as analysts and others, to hear every voice and integrate it into the knowledge of the wisdom deriving our decisions. In these times of uncertainty, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, and rapid changes, it is very critical to enhance transparency and cooperation further. Renowned leader Abraham Lincoln once said, "The best way to protect the future is to create it." End of the quote. We are creating a future world that we hope to embrace all people equally, that will eradicate differences between rich and poor and allow everyone to reach their potential. This starts with wiping out the energy poverty in all its forms and ensuring energy security. And with this, we look forward to a fruitful discussion. We wish you a very successful symposium today. Thank you, Your Excellency.
Thank you very much, Dr. Katani. It's great to have you here again in person as well. And I had a chance to visit with Secretary General Barkindo in Egypt at the Cairo at the Egypt Petroleum Show. So it was great to see him there, but we have a very distinguished delegation from OPEC joining us here today. Let's turn now to our presentations from some of our invited guests. And first, I'll turn to the Director General of IRENA, Francesco La Camera. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Dear Excellencies, distinguished guests, dear Joe, dear Yed, dear Fatih in Paris, thanks for the invitation. And it's a great pleasure for me to join you today and share with you IRENA perspective on the path needed to accelerate the transition to a green economy, while ensuring that COVID recovery and sustainable growth are coherent with climate and sustainable development objectives. Although traditionally slow to change, the energy sector has experienced unprecedented dynamism in recent years, quite unlike any other time in history. largely due to advent of renewables. While the share of renewables in the overall energy mix remain limited at a global scale, technologies used to harness the sun and wind are reshaping the energy system of the past with wide-ranging and outside implications. In the last 8 years, more renewable power capacity was added to the grid annually than all fossil fuels and nuclear combined. The share of renewable energy in electricity generation also increased steadily, and renewable power technologies now dominate the global market for new electricity generation capacity. The economic and social rationale for the transition towards a renewable-based energy system is stronger than ever, also in the Gulf region. National plans and strategies are increasingly reflecting this trend, as they have been providing the much-needed enabling policies and regulations to strive the growth in capacity in the region. All the countries of the region have already set renewables energy targets, and most of them have translated these targets into energy policies and plans. Countries such as Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates, to name just two of them, have been at the forefront of this drive. A clear example is offered by the Saudi Green Initiative, aiming at increasing resilience on clean energy, offsetting the impact of fossil fuels, and achieve net zero by 2060. The NEON idea is attracting interest all around the world. Furthermore, green hydrogen is enjoying unprecedented political and business momentum. And this thus a highly attractive area of regional cooperation that can foster investment and strengthen its capabilities. Countries that have not traditionally traded energy are establishing bilateral relations, and this economy ties are likely to impact political dynamic as well. We have just published a geopolitical report on with a special focus on hydrogen. It is clear that geopolitical shifts are closely linked to the renewable revolution. The technical potential to produce renewable electricity and in turn green hydrogen exceeds global demand by several orders of magnitude. So countries with an abundance of low-cost renewable power could potentially become producers of green hydrogen, contributing to global equity and stability. But as the cost of green hydrogen falls, the hydrogen business will become more competitive. Being a manufactured product and not a raw material of energy source, hydrogen can be produced in many places. It is also an attractive option for countries that heavily depend on oil and gas exports to diversify their economies, such as the Gulf country. They can leverage their energy infrastructure, a skilled workforce, and existing energy trade relations. Many fossil fuel producing countries have ample renewable potential to produce green, and several are considering such options. For instance, Saudi Arabia with their strategy and the UAE with their roadmap. However, globally, while the renewable energy investment trends are promising, they lack the level required to move from investment in individual projects to investment in systems. But this cannot be considered in isolation from the broader economy, and therefore, such a shift demands an holistic policy framework. It is with this goal that IRENA has developed its World Energy Transition Outlook to provide a timeline for energy transition and net zero by 2050, and clear steps to achieve and manage a just and inclusive energy transition. IRENA's analysis finds that in 2030, by meeting their targets, the Gulf countries could reduce annual water withdrawal for the power sector by 17%, save over 350 million barrels of oil equivalent, such as 23% of reduction. This is in annual power sector fossil fuel consumption, and create more than 220,000 jobs, rising to over 2 million by 2050. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, today we see a renewed commitment to energy transition and a growing recognition of its wide impact on economics and societies. However, the energy transition trends indicate that large parts of the world are not moving at the necessary speed. With the goal to speed up the global energy transition and turning words into action, the agency is working with the government of Egypt and the UAE to identify areas of partnership and collaboration to support the countries for the COP27 and COP28 and the scale-up of installed capacity for renewable needed to achieve climate objective. And this readiness to collaboration now is open to all of you. The energy transition is an opportunity we cannot afford to miss. ARENA, which is almost universal membership and as a prime platform for international cooperation, will assertively lead the global energy transition towards a more resilient, inclusive, and equitable world. Thank you for your attention. I am looking forward to a fruitful discussion with all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Francesco. Now let's turn to my friend joining us, I think, from Quito this morning. So it's really early morning there. Alfonso Blanco Benillo, the Executive Director of OLADE. We're very grateful for you spending time in your early morning to join us and present us a perspective from OLADE. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Joseph. It's 2 a.m. here in Quito. Secretary General of the International Energy Forum, Joseph McMoney, International Energy Agency Executive Director Fatih Birol, and Secretary General of the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, Mohammad Barkindo, authorities of the energy sector around the world, and authorities of invited agencies. It's a pleasure for me as Executive Secretary of the Latin American Energy Organization to be present at this symposium on global energy outlooks. We especially appreciate the invitation from the Secretary General of the International Energy Forum, Mr. Joseph McMoney. OLADE and the organizing agencies have an historical relationship of joint work to provide open and transparent access to the information of the energy sector in the elaboration of energy forecasts and prospective studies, so that we celebrate this kind of global event. Additionally, it's important to mention that OLADE, like other international energy agencies, collaborates on the regular basis with the GODI database coordinated by the International Energy Forum since 2005, providing relevant energy information of the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean. For OLADE, it is essential to provide open access to energy statistics, transparent and public access of energy information in order to support the decision-making in the region and energy policies. It's part of our commitment with our member countries and a joint vision with the organizers agencies of this relevant event. I want to highlight some particular issues regarding the role of the Latin America and the Caribbean region in the global energy scenario and the situation of the regional energy sector. Even though the pandemic had a deep impact on the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean, our region has shown that the energy sector can become a catalyst for the sustainable recovery in the post-pandemic. Sorry. At the end of 2020, the contraction in the energy demand caused by the pandemic in the region was 4.1%, and that the supply contracted by 6.8%. But now the regional demand is recovering to the previous pandemic levels following the economic recovery of the region. Even in the pandemic, in 2020, we achieved 60% of renewability in installed generation capacity, and we have made a substantial progress in the gradual decarbonization of energy systems, expanding the renewables with respect to primary energy to 33%. More than 11 gigawatts of non-conventional renewable energies were installed, and around 23 gigawatts operating from coal and liquid fuels were uninstalled in the region. All signs of a strong climate commitment in our region. Additionally, 12 countries of the region signed the RELAC initiative to achieve 70% of renewable electricity before 2030, and some countries in the region had committed a net zero target to 2050. So we can demonstrate that the challenges of the energy transition are present and active in Latin America and the Caribbean, but we have to assume that transitions are not unique. There are several transitions. Each country will have their own path towards cleaner and more flexible energy systems. Thus, economies rich in capital and with few natural resources of future origin will advance faster in their transition than economies with fewer capital resources or those that still possess vast fossil fuels energy resources. Considering the particular situation of the energy sector, in November 2021, during the Oecd Energy Minister of Latin America, the Minister of Latin America ratified the commitment to accelerate the transitions in the Oecd member countries with the goal of lower carbon energy systems in our region. Even though Latin America is the greenest region in the planet, with in consideration with the primary energy matrix from renewable resources, our prospective studies at Oecd have shown that net zero in Latin America and the Caribbean requires deeper policy actions. This clearly implies a need for additional investment and a flow of capital. In a scenario of fiscal weakness and access to credit for many of our regional economies, it's difficult to obtain the additional required investment, and that exposes our region to a great challenge in the short term and medium term. If the aim is to deepen energy transitions at a global level, achieve fair and inclusive transition, and promote carbon neutrality, having mechanisms to allow their acceleration in the emerging economies is strictly necessary. The market by itself cannot break down their existing barriers, and there is also economic rationality to deepen climate actions and sustainable investment in those economies in which the reduction of emissions has a lower marginal cost. That is why we must work deeply on the development of mechanisms that allow access to financing and accelerating of climate actions in emerging economies, not under the assistance model, but under the conviction of rationality in the allocation of resources. If we fail to resolve these issues related to the development of nations, even when we work on future models and scenarios, we will be far from achieving global climate goals and commitments. That is why we accelerate this type of forum to discuss and address the role that the global energy sector will have in the future. Finally, I want to highlight the role of the International Energy Forum as the promoter of this energy dialogue between various global actors. Open dialogues, dissemination of energy information, and an open and transparent discussion in the development of prospective scenarios contribute to promote energy security and energy transitions around the world. I wish you all a very good day, and thank you very much from Quito, Ecuador, headquarters of Oecd at 2 a.m. on the 16th of February. Thank you very much, Secretary General.
Thank you very much, Alfonso. Great to have you with us, and the IEF looks forward to more collaboration with you and your organization and members. We already have several important Latin America members as members of the IEF, and soon we'll be making announcements of other members joining in the future. So we're really appreciative of you joining us today. Now let's move to my friend Rafael Grossi, who's the Director General of the IAEA.
Your Royal Highness, Excellencies, friends, ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to speak with you today, even if I must do so from Vienna. Our COVID-19 wake-up call has happened at a critical moment in our journey to address the world's biggest challenges. How we respond and emerge from the shadow of the pandemic will go a long way towards determining our common future. Investment-led recovery must be designed to bring us closer to both our climate and our economic goals. I believe technology breakthroughs will mean almost all energy sources will, at some point, make the shift to supporting a green economy. What is special about nuclear is that it is proven, scalable, and available right now. Many of us met not long ago at the UN Climate Change Conference in Glasgow. There, my message was simple and clear. Nuclear energy is now and will be an important part of addressing the climate crisis, both in mitigation and in adaptation. You will hear me expand on this as the Middle East plays host to the next 2 UN climate summits in Egypt later this year and the UAE. Several countries in this region are among the approximately 30 countries embarking on or considering nuclear power. Even those rich in oil and gas are recognizing the benefits of atomic energy. Just a few weeks ago, I was in the UAE and saw its progress as one of the world's newest nuclear power operators. As we speak, the IAEA is working with Egypt, Jordan, and today's host, Saudi Arabia, as they develop the infrastructure for a safe, secure, and sustainable nuclear power program. Ladies and gentlemen, today's topic is energizing recovery and sustainable growth in a new era. So let me tell you about the investment case for nuclear energy. First and foremost, nuclear energy is well suited to responding to the most urgent needs of our times. Far-sighted decision makers understand this. They know nuclear energy investments made today will benefit us and the children born when this century ends and the next begins. Investing in nuclear power enhances sustainable growth, development, and industrialization. It builds resilience to current and future challenges, including not only climate change, but also air pollution, energy security, and market volatility. And nuclear energy goes beyond electricity production. In 2021, 69 nuclear power reactors were also used for applications such as desalination and heating. Nuclear power plants generate direct employment and economic activity throughout their lifetimes, including in construction, operation, decommissioning, and waste management. And they generate indirect benefits along their supply chains. In France, for example, these indirect effects provide 285,000 jobs, in addition to the more than 125,000 direct jobs in the nuclear sector. That is a lot. A recent study by the International Monetary Fund concludes investing in nuclear power has a bigger economic impact than investing in other forms of energy. In the short term, nuclear energy spending power is 6 times larger than for fossil fuels and around 3 times larger than for renewables. And spending on nuclear energy stimulates greater investment in other parts of the economy and leads to more employment, both in skilled and lower skilled jobs. As we look to a future of more sustainable economic growth, our friends at the IEA calculate that by 2040 actually, the electricity sector will need $30 trillion of investment, including around 1.2 trillion in nuclear power. To achieve this level will require a consistent policy. Economic recovery packages need to be closely aligned with long-term climate change and sustainability goals. It must all come together, and they should be technology neutral. The right signals can leverage private investments, partnerships, while suitable regulatory frameworks, infrastructure planning, market design, and fiscal incentives, which are very important, are also key. So, ladies and gentlemen, the IEA supports its member states in many of these activities I just summarized, in the spirit of our mission to enlarge the contribution of atomic energy to peace, to health, to prosperity throughout the world. Under my leadership, we are redoubling our efforts, and I look forward to collaborating with you. For now, I wish you a successful conference, and thank you again for giving me the opportunity to play a part. Thank you very much.
That was terrific. I appreciate the Director General of the IAEA for participating today. He had a very important message, and it's great to see. Of course, they do a lot of work on non-proliferation and very important work, but it's good to see a renewed interest and advocacy of nuclear energy, something that everybody at the IEF is quite supportive of. It's why we joined the IAEA as an observer organization. And I know Director General Grossi mentioned the IEA and its reports, and I know Dr. Virgil has spoken about the importance of nuclear energy. So it's very great. We're very grateful for him joining us today. Our last speaker in this initial session is His Excellency Mohammed Hamel, who's the Secretary General of the GECF, the Gulf Gas Exporting Countries Forum. Unfortunately, he's preparing for a head of state summit in Doha, I think next week. So we will excuse him from appearing in person because I know a lot of work that goes into ministerial meetings, but also head of state ministerial meetings. So in any event, I spoke to him last week, and he asked if we could if he could send a message, and of course we were delighted to have him. So now please let's go to the message from Mohammed Hamel.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, greetings from Doha. At the outset, I would like to express my sincerest appreciation to the IEF, OPEC, and IEA for their kind invitation. I would also like to express my gratitude to His Royal Highness Abdul Aziz bin Salman Al Saud, Minister of Energy of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, who I regard as the architect of the IEA, IEF, OPEC dialogue and cooperation. Today's opportunity cast my mind back to June 2008, when my friend Dr. Fatih Birol and I were summoned to Jeddah to prepare a joint statement of the Producer-Consumer Energy Summit. This was the inception of the joint program of activities and became thereafter an annex to the Cancun Declaration. I am pleased to witness that the spirit of cooperation has flourished and taken root since then. I also recall that at the inaugural Outlook Symposium in 2011, the first slide of my presentation was about what was overlooked in the previous 10 years. And believe me, the list was long. If I had to make the same list today, one item will dominate all the others: the coronavirus pandemic. 2020 will be remembered as a destabilizing year like no other. Then came 2021, a year of remarkable contrasts. Initially, vaccine rollouts raised optimism that the pandemic's end is here, only to be met with the new variants, supply chain disruptions, spiraling commodity prices, and inflation reaching levels not seen for decades. In Europe and Asia, natural gas spot price lurched from less than $2 per million BTU in the second quarter of 2020 to more than $50 per million BTU in December 2021. In addition to the pandemic, several factors have led to this volatility, despite the market being well supplied, as reflected in the record numbers of reloads in 2021, mainly from Europe to Asia. 2022 appears different. But what is important is that the crisis, a sort of a stress test, has demonstrated that natural gas is resilient and crucial to the daily functioning of people and businesses. It provides stability and backup to power systems, particularly when the wind isn't blowing and the sun isn't shining. In addition, gas markets today are more global and interconnected than ever, driven by LNG trade expansion and increased financialization and diversity of actors. Ladies and gentlemen, the GECF will unveil its global gas outlook on the 28th of February. It encapsulates the obvious: an additional 1.9 billion people in 2050 and a GDP twice the size of today will demand ever more energy, despite improvements in energy efficiency. And amidst this rising appetite to fuel our homes, our businesses, and industries, natural gas will play a crucial role. Today, the world is undergoing an energy transition, or rather, I would say transitions in plural. The energy transition in Europe will be unlike the one in India or in Africa. As the cleanest of hydrocarbon fuels, with potential to achieve even cleaner attributes thanks to proven technologies, natural gas is ideally placed to be the fuel for sustainable development in many developing countries, where a large part of the population languishes at the bottom of the energy ladder. Let us be reminded that presently, more than 3 billion people still lack access to clean fuels for cooking. Ladies and gentlemen, my last message is about investment. Investment is what connects the present with the future. The natural gas industry is capital intensive with long lead times and payback periods. It warrants policy and regulation stability. It also demands fair value and equitable risk sharing among all stakeholders to sustain the security of demand as well as the security of supply. No doubt, a lack of investment today will render gas unaffordable tomorrow. It will penalize the poorest and the developing world, jeopardize the noble goal of energy for all, and backfire against the very policies that curtail investment and thus lose the very fight against climate change. I wish you all a successful symposium. Stay healthy, and I thank you for your attention.
Many thanks to my good friend, His Excellency Mohammed Hamel, who's the new Secretary General of the GECF. I think he started in the position last month, so it's great to have him here with us, even virtually. So now we'll move to the meat, I think, of this symposium and the presentations of the various outlooks. And we'll go right to our first speaker from OPEC, Abdur Ben Youssef, who's the head of the Energy Studies Department at OPEC. I'll turn the program over to you.
Thank you very much, Excellency and Excellencies and esteemed participants on the symposium. I welcome the opportunity today to present to you the key messages for the short, medium, and long term OPEC publications of the latest monthly oil market report and also the world oil outlook, which are the subject of today's meeting. The presentation, Yeah, for the presentation, it will be in fact the short-term market outlook with more focus on the economy, demand, supply, and stock assessment, and also the medium and long-term with more focus on the energy outlook and supply, demand, and downstream for the oil. When we will finish with some key messages. And after that, we'll have a short movie summarizing all our book for the world oil outlook. Let's start by the economy, as mentioned by Dr. Qahtani in his opening remarks, that we see for 2021 and 2022, the global economy growth is forecast at 5.6 and 4.2% for respectively. And the base assumption is that the COVID-19 will not dampen the recovery beyond the current levels. COVID-19 related challenges remain amid new variants. The spread of COVID-19 variants and the pace of vaccine rollouts worldwide remain key uncertainties. And moreover, supply chain bottlenecks and the sovereign debts level in many regions, together with rising inflationary pressures on the responses from the central banks remain the key factors that require close monitoring. For 2022, economic growth, as I have already mentioned, 4.2%, promoting steady demand for industrial fuels, improving manufacturing activities along with COVID-19 that will be largely controlled mainly by in the OECD. All these assumptions would lead to demand growth 4.2 million barrels a day. This effect will be between OECD and non-OECD, with 1.8 for OECD and 2.3 for non-OECD in 2022. Regarding now the supply, liquids in 2022, it's forecast to grow by 3 million barrels a day, year on year. The incremental production will coming from non-OPEC countries and also from OPEC, from Russia, from the US, Brazil, Norway, Canada, and Guyana. US liquids, as we see it's on the graph, production in 2022 is anticipated to grow by 1.03 million barrels a day. Now we move in fact to the stock in the OECD commercial stocks, and we see that the Declaration of Cooperation, or in short, the OC, has proven to be historic success. Already in the beginning of January 2017, it has shown high conformity levels by participating countries with discipline and motivation to succeed throughout the last year. As we can clearly see in the right graph, that OECD commercial stocks has dropped significantly since the mid of 2020 to stand at 202 million barrels below the 2015-2019 average. And this is also a very important fact point to raise, and it has been raised by Your Excellencies, that regarding the investment and the turbulence in the market during the pandemic has an impact on investment, with exploration and production spending falling dramatically. I would like to mention that in 2015, 2016, around 40% together, in fact, drop in investment. And with the price starting to recover in 2018, 2019, investment followed the same trend, increasing by around 7%. During 2020, this fall in prices has also an impact on investment, with the exploration and production spending falling by 30% year on year. I would like also to mention that for 2021, 2022, some recovery, but it will not be in the level of the pre-pandemic. Now we move to the medium and long term. This is the key messages from the World Oil Outlook. What is clear from this graph is the world will need more energy in the decade to come. In the period to 2045, the global economy is estimated to more than double, world population to increase to 9.5 billion. And we need to remember that there is a huge potential for socio-economic development in terms of expanding access to modern energy services for those billions who continue to go without. This, in fact, the demand for energy will increase by around 28% from 2020 to 2045, and this will come mainly from non-OECD countries, moving from 63% to 71% as share of the demand energy. For this graph, in fact, we see also the share, in fact, or the growth for different energy sources, and the renewables witnessed the largest growth, rising from global fuels share of around 2% now to over 10% by 2045. It is important to note that OPEC member countries are making significant investment in renewables as they look to diversify their energy mix. Natural gas sees the second largest growth, driven in part by high urbanization rates, industrial demand, and comprehensive over coal in power generation. In fact, all energies are set to witness growth with the exception of coal. It is oil, however, that retain #1 position in that energy mix by 2045 with a share of 28%. Moving now to the oil, and we more focus on oil demand, given the huge drop of 9.3 million barrels a day in the global oil demand in 2020, incremental demand in the medium term will be around 14 million barrels a day. For the long term, we expect the demand to be at around 108 million barrels a day by 2045. I would like, in fact, to emphasize that this is in our reference case. And the demand will come mainly from non-OECD countries, but it will be offset by the decline from OECD countries. By sector, road transportation leads the way, followed by aviation and petrochemicals, while electricity generation is the only area expected to see an oil demand decline, while travel and mobility restrictions due to the pandemic hit the transportation sector hard, particularly aviation. The long-term picture remains one of the robust growth. At the same time, as we see an increasing number of vehicles on the road, we also envisage a considerable rise in the number of electric vehicles, as shown in this slide. In fact, the number of electric vehicles is set to approach 500 million by 2045, representing around 20% of the global fleet by then. However, internal combustion engine vehicles are set to retain the largest market share at over 76% by 2045, with all demand in road transportation sector expected to stay at around 46 million barrels a day. On the supply side, non-OPEC liquid supply is set to continue to recover, witnessing into what we have seen in 2021. It is forecast to expand by 7.5 million barrels a day from 2020 to 70.4 million barrels a day by 2026, driven by the US tight oil, as well as barrels from Brazil, Russia, Guyana, Canada, and Kazakhstan. Beyond the medium term, non-OPEC liquids peak in the late 2020s, in line with the US tight oil, then slowly decline to 65.5 million barrels a day by 2045. In fact, non-OPEC liquid supply is forecast to be at the same level in 2045 as it was in 2019. There are, in fact, a handful of sources that lead non-OPEC growth in the long term, from Brazil, Guyana, Canada, Russia, while others such as the US, Norway, and China are expected to witness a decline. This means that OPEC liquids, which recover to pre-pandemic levels around 2025, rise strongly thereafter. It reaches the level of nearly 43 million barrels a day in 2045. In terms of share of market share, it will increase from 33% 2020 to 39% in 2045. In terms of the downstream, Estimated crude distillation capacity additions in the medium term are around 7 million barrels a day, while another 7 million barrels a day incremental capacity is required in the long term, predominantly in developing countries. Regarding investment, or the key to industry expansion is investment, the World Oil Outlook shows that investment of 11.8 trillion US dollar will be required between now and 2045 in the upstream, midstream, and downstream sectors. And it has been mentioned by many excellencies in their opening remarks that if the necessary investments are not made, it could have knock-on implications, as viewed in the current gas development in Europe and elsewhere around the world, leaving long-term scares, not only for producers, but also for consumers. What I have already presented are in fact the scenario or the reference case, but there are uncertainties around the GDP growth, policies, technologies, and also climate change. For that reason, in fact, we have in fact some high and low cases that we will see maybe in the comparison in a later stage. Regarding, in fact, the key messages from our outlook, that we see that oil will continue, in fact, to play a key role in the energy mix in the long term. Renewables and gas will grow also, but the fastest growth will come from the renewables, followed by the gas. Climate changes are huge, but need to be balanced with economic recovery and equitable transition and eradicating energy poverty. And also different possible trajectories for policy, economic development, and technology mean significant also uncertainties regarding, in fact, the future. With this, in fact, I finish my presentation. But I would like, in fact, to mention that all our data are available in our website, and it could be, in fact, downloaded from the website and also for the apps. And now I ask, in fact, the team to show a short video summarizing the key takeaways. Thank you very much.
– 2021 has seen the rollout of a suite of COVID-19 vaccines, providing hope that the world can overcome the pandemic and its fallout. Oil markets have stabilized, with demand now expected to reach pre-pandemic levels in 2022, and non-OPEC supply set to see relatively robust growth from next year. OPEC members and countries of the Declaration of Cooperation, after successfully helping return stability to markets and drawing down the stock overhang, in July 2021 decided to extend the framework of adjustments until the end of 2022 to help ensure continuing stability. After the recovery in 2022, global oil demand is expected to grow further to 104.4 million barrels per day by 2026. In the long term, oil demand continues to expand, but at a slower pace, reaching just over 108 million barrels per day in 2035 and remaining at this level until 2045. From 2022, non-OPEC supply recovery picks up pace, growing 7.5 million barrels per day in the medium term as US tight oil comes back and countries including Brazil, the Russian Federation, Guyana, Canada and Kazakhstan see production rise. Non-OPEC supply peaks around 2030, concurrently with a high point in US tight oil. In turn, OPEC liquids, after recovering to around 34 million barrels per day in the medium term, rise steadily to reach 43 million barrels per day in the long term. Estimated refining capacity additions in the medium term are robust at almost 7 million barrels per day, while another 7 million barrels per day of incremental capacity will be required in the long term, predominantly in developing countries. This will be partly offset by expected significant capacity closures in developed regions, where oil demand is set to decline. Cumulative upstream, midstream and downstream investment requirements in the long term are $11.8 trillion in the period until 2045. Providing this investment in a timely manner is essential for both producers and consumers. In the wider energy perspective, oil will remain the #1 fuel in the energy mix until 2045, even though wind and solar energy will see by far the highest growth in this timeframe. However, questions around evolving policies and technologies mean that the long-term energy outlook remains uncertain. What does remain certain is that the global population will expand and economies will grow. Coupled with ambitions to address energy poverty and provide energy access for all, this means that demand for energy will rise significantly. Now in its 7th decade, OPEC is steadfast in its commitment to ensuring secure and stable oil supplies and working with stakeholders everywhere to support a sustainable and inclusive energy future.
Well, thank you very much for the presentation from OPEC. Now we'll turn to the IEA and Kaisuke Satomori, the Director of the Office of Energy Markets and Security. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. McMonagall. Good morning from Paris. Following Dr. Ben Youssef's presentation on the OPEC's the outlook, I would like to walk you through briefly the findings of the World Energy Outlook 2021 by the IEA, focusing on the longer-term outlook for the global emissions and what more it would take to reach the global climate goals. So 5 years ago, the projection, as shown in the red line above, was for a steady rise in energy-related emissions out to 2050. Since the Paris Agreement in 2015, however, the new policies, technology cost reductions, and the pandemic have pulled the projected emissions curve down, loosening the link between the emissions and the global economic outlook. In the last year or so, the countries around accounting for more than 70% of the global emissions have announced net zero or the carbon neutrality targets. And the COP26 in Glasgow was concluded successfully with additional commitments by the participating countries. So the coverage of the global emissions by the countries committed to net zero target has increased closer to 90%. If fully implemented, these would lead to a substantial change in the emissions pathway, possibly limiting the temperature rise to 1.8 degrees. Under the stated policies, the energy demand, including oil and gas demand, continues to grow, and the share of fossil fuels in the global energy mix declines only slightly from 79% today to 75% in 2030 in the steps. Output from solar PV and wind triples over the next decade, meeting 3/4 of the global electricity demand growth. The APS, the announced pledges scenario, reshape global energy markets, and by 2030, the share of unabated fossil fuels declines to 72% of the global energy mix. Please note that the APS line here are based on the announced pledges before the COP26. In the APS, the oil peaks by 2025 and flattens. Natural gas demand reaches its maximum level soon after the 2025 and flattens. The most of this change in trends stems from the power sector. The building sector sees also gas demand in 2030 lower than in 2020. The announced pledges further accelerate the uptake of solar PV and wind. In 2030, solar PV and wind capacity additions near 470 gigawatt, double from today, and 50% higher than in the steps. So this means that the growth of solar PV and wind keeps up with all the growth in electricity demand over the next decade and raises their share of generation from under 10% in 2020 to nearly 30% in 2030 in the APS. Generation from solar PV and wind overtake both natural gas and coal by the end of this decade. But there is still a substantial gap to the temperature goal of the Paris Agreement that is shown in the green zone on this chart. The announced pledges close only 30% of the gap between the steps and the net zero emission scenario by 2030. Announced pledges will move energy markets, but there is still a real risk that the delayed actions will put global net zero emissions by 2050 out of reach. Another way to view the changes in the energy system is to consider the implications for the international trade. Now, on the left, the value of trade is dominated by oil. IEA released a new report in May last year on the role of critical minerals in the energy transitions. And we are now tracking the critical minerals in the energy sector systematically. For the moment, trade in this area is dominated by the copper that is used for electricity grids and other electronic appliances applications. In our the announced pledges scenario at the center, oil retains a predominant role, but patterns of trade by then are quite different. By 2050, well over half of total oil trade goes from the Middle East to developing countries in Asia. So that implies a reconfigured set of political relationship around oil. But there are also some new keys on the block, including hydrogen and hydrogen-based fuels. Many countries can produce low-carbon hydrogen, but costs for hydrogen vary widely around the world, and that creates incentives for trade. We start to see exports of hydrogen and hydrogen-rich fuels, such as ammonia, notably from Australia, some countries in the Middle East, and Latin America. In the net zero emissions by 2050 scenario, on the right, the current dynamics of the international energy-related trade are completely overturned. The combined share of hydrogen and critical minerals in international trade reaches 80%. Among the critical minerals, rising demand for lithium, nickel, cobalt, and rare earth elements, alongside the copper, raises important questions about the adequacy of and the geographical diversity of supply. And this highlights the growing strategic importance of these commodities for the IEA. So trade patterns, producer policies, and geopolitical considerations continue to be of crucial importance to energy security, even as the world shifts toward an electrified, renewable-rich energy systems. One of the key issues here in today's discussions is investments, and a few words on these investment issues. So for many years now, the World Energy Outlook has warned of a potential mismatch between the investments in oil and gas supply and in investments in clean energy technologies. And this is now becoming quite acute. In the case of oil and gas on the left, upstream investment is now half of what it was in 2014, although the oil and gas demand has not changed to the similar extent. This fall was primarily due to the two major price falls in 2015 and in 2020. The industry has become much leaner and more efficient and can do much more with less today. In fact, spending on oil and gas production since 2020 is broadly aligned with the near-term amounts that are projected in our net zero pathway. But declines in oil and gas demand as anticipated in the net zero pathway has not happened yet, unfortunately. And if we consider the other side of the picture on the right, the investments in clean energy technologies and related infrastructure was much more resilient in 2020 than oil and gas spending, and we expect there to be a slight uptick this year. But we are well out of line with what is needed in our net zero scenario, as shown on the green bar on the right. Investment in clean energy needs to more than triple. So the mismatch that you are looking at on the screen creates risks for the future. So if you don't have the boost in the right-hand side of this figure, then you cannot have the left-hand oil and gas figure while still maintaining reliable energy supply. So the way out of this impasse is clear. A major boost in clean energy investment across all technologies and all markets. But while this imbalance remains unresolved, there will remain a strong risk of further sharp price swings and increased volatility in the future. The consumer prices and price volatility have been a prominent feature of energy markets recently. But how could these trends change in the long term? The situation varies widely by country, but our starting point today for an average global household is a situation where the roughly half of energy bills are on oil products, mainly petroleum for cars. Around 1/3 is to pay for electricity, for appliances, air conditioners, and so on. In the Northern Hemisphere, the significant share also goes towards the heating, often relying on gas. In the steps at the center, the average household energy bills rise by 15% by 2030. And the structural changes to the composition of household bills are limited. Oil and gas prices are slightly higher than those seen in recent years. In the net zero emission scenario on the right, by contrast, they fall by nearly 10%. Why is this? Because appliances and air conditioners are more efficient, buildings are more energy efficient, and mobility is more electrified. Heating, in some cases, is also becoming more electrified with the installation of the heat pumps. And average prices of oil and gas are also lower because of lower demand. What happens if then we shock these systems in 2030 with a spike in oil and gas prices? And this would be 30% less costly to household in the case of rapid transitions on the right, compared with a more gradual approach at the center. So these benefits these benefits do not come for free, of course, and they require a significant amount of additional investments in the meantime in new low emissions equipment, electric cars, efficiency retrofits, and so on. So ladies and gentlemen, the IEA is ready to continue and enhance the global energy dialogue, providing an evidence base on where the energy world is today, where it might be heading, and what more needs to be done. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Satomori. We'll turn now to EIA. John Staub is the director of the Office of Petroleum, Natural Gas, and Biofuels Analysis, an old colleague from my DOE days. And it's great to have you with us again, joining us in the very early hours. So we very much appreciate it. I'll turn the floor over to you, John.
Good morning, Joe, and your honors. It's a pleasure to be here speaking with you this morning. I'd like to talk this morning a little bit about our outlooks. I'm not going to provide many numbers. It's early here. And help you understand how we see our role in outlooks. First, EIA's long-term outlooks are considered flagship products for our agency, as well as our data collection programs. And they serve a vital role in our mission as a source of independent and impartial energy information for policymakers. However, we as an agency ourselves, we don't advocate for policy. I just want to make sure that that's very clear. In our most recent International Energy Outlook, our analysis of long-term world energy markets across the various fuels and technologies and end-use sectors through 2050, we developed that outlook, using an integrated economic model, which captures the long-term relationships among energy supply, demand, and prices across the regional markets. And the inputs include various assumptions addressing the future uncertainties of technology development, demographic changes, economic trends, and resource availability, such as oil prices, rates of change in GDP. And the uncertainties are where we spend a lot of time focusing our attention because of how significant they can play a role in long-term energy consumption. Our reference case, it's important to note, only includes existing climate law. And I know there's a lot of discussion about climate policy and climate objectives. And so from our perspective, we focus just on existing law, consistent with how we build up our reference cases, both in our domestic annual energy outlook as well as our international energy outlook. And we try to, we only include what can be reasonably quantified using our integrated economic model. And we just simply don't assume changes in current law. The advantage of that is that it serves as a base to assess potential legislated energy sector policies in the future. It also helps estimate the impact of alternative assumptions about economic drivers and policy changes for the future. So, as we look at the sensitivities, it's important to note just how sensitive these models can be. For example, looking at our reference case in our most recent international energy outlook, we have oil consumption reaching about 125 million barrels per day by 2050. However, it reaches as high as 151 million barrels per day in our high economic growth case. So, those uncertainties are important, and thus that's why we spend our attention focusing on those macroeconomic and technology assumptions and uncertainties. In terms of thinking just a little bit more about climate, when we do include existing climate law, sometimes the distinctions between policy statements and law is not clear. And so we use our best judgment to try to incorporate those into the modeling system. And we base that on countries' previous history in achieving policy statement, countries' financial ability to achieve their policy statements, countries' economic incentives related to their policy statement requirements, existing contracts, for example, for liquefied natural gas, as well as regional trade flows. And in this most recent publication, and just about a week ago, we released a special focus issue on coal trade, because that's an area where different assumptions about demand and availability, as we show in our article, can have significant impacts on emissions globally. So as we think about future outlooks, we see several possible pathways in terms of how to continue monitoring and improving our understanding of the markets. Items that we see as being particularly important are how to reconcile countries' policy goals with inconsistent past performance, how to model and incorporate emerging technologies such as hydrogen, and how to model new policies and new policy mechanisms that aren't necessarily easily incorporated in our modeling framework. So for future international energy developments that are obviously subject to significant uncertainties outside of the energy realm, political developments such as elections, those can have significant influence on new policy mechanisms. So those are definitely challenges, as well as security, non-economic considerations will play an important role. So with that, thank you for the opportunity to address you this morning.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to pass the floor immediately to Richard Newell, the President of Resources for the Future. Richard, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Christoph, for the kind introduction. Thank you, Excellencies, and other participants for the opportunity to present a brief summary of the results of our annual comparison of IEA, OPEC, and other short, medium, and long-term energy outlooks. The full report can be found at the IEF website, as well as on the RFF's website, and it represents a significant effort to place the historical data and projections of the IEA, OPEC, and other institutions on a comparative basis. This is the 9th year that I've had the pleasure of working with the IEA, IEF, and OPEC to produce the report and present its results. And my involvement with the symposium actually goes back to the first one in 2011 when I was the administrator of the US Energy Information Administration. It's fair to say that a lot has happened in the energy system since 2011 and in the energy outlooks over the last 10 or more years. But one thing that hasn't changed is the importance of looking at and assessing and comparing these different outlooks to gain a common understanding about what the energy system may look like in the future and what that will depend upon. The report, there we go, all right. The report covers short-term outlooks, medium-term outlooks, and long-term outlooks. The medium-term outlooks go out to 5 years. The short-term outlooks go up to 2 years in the future. And the longer-term outlooks go 20 to 30 years out to the year 2045, and in some cases 2050. Other presenters, I think, covered the short-term very well, so I want to move right into the medium-term. Before I turn to this year's medium-term outlooks, I want to do a little retrospective. If we look back to the fourth, sorry, we jumped ahead there. The fourth Outlook Symposium in January 2014, this figure shows world liquids demand projections on the left. This is for oil. And on the right breaks that down into OECD and non-OECD countries. At the time, oil prices had been above $100 per barrel for several years. Annual OECD demand was falling by several 100,000 barrels per day each year, and non-OECD demand had been rising by over 1 million barrels per day. This trend at that time was expected to continue through 2018, which is the far right of the slide, with OECD demand continuing to fall slowly to from 46 million barrels per day to under 45 million barrels per day, and non-OECD demand continuing to rise at over 1 million barrels per day to 51 million barrels per day. So that was in early 2014. If we fast forward to 2020, February 2020, which was right before the pandemic hit, the 10th Outlook Symposium, at the time we see that the projections for non-OECD demand in 2018 were actually spot on, and at about 51 million barrels per day, but the OECD demand had actually risen rather than falling as predicted. The big change, of course, was lower price environment that evolved after the fourth symposium due to the tight oil boom largely. But looking forward at that time, both IEA and OPEC predicted that OECD demand would be flat, and continued non-OECD demand of about 1 million barrels per day each year. So that we go to the current outlooks, which date from this past year in 2021. There we see both IEA and OPEC's forecasts for OECD and non-OECD countries returning to pre-COVID patterns over the next year or so after an initial period of recovery. So after recovery, the medium-term outlooks have roughly, again, flat OECD demand at 46 million barrels per day and continued non-OECD demand growth at about 1 million barrels per day. So sound familiar? So this suggests that unless higher prices dampen demand or the technological shift toward electric vehicles and other alternatives unfolds more fully, oil demand will be persistent. One thing to note that has changed, if you look at this year's set of medium-term outlooks relative to the past years, is that the discrepancy in baseline demand data between IEA and OPEC has actually narrowed considerably. They're very similar, which I think represents very important progress of this forum. Turning to the supply side, I just want to show one slide on the medium-term supply, which is that IEA and OPEC forecasts are more aligned than they used to be in terms of the US and Canadian North American supply. This figure shows the projections going back actually to 2015 and then forward, and you can see them, kind of rising over time. The 2021 is the dark kind of solid blue line, and you can see that both forecasts have that North American oil supply reaching 24 to 25 million barrels per day by 2026, largely due to continued growth, but a kind of a slower rate of growth of US tight oil supply. So relative to the past projections, these projections for IEA and OPEC are actually more similar than they've been in past medium-term outlooks. Turning to the long term, and in contrast to the medium-term outlooks, there's a much larger range of perspectives across the long-term outlooks from IEA, OPEC, and other institutions. The scenarios differ across several dimensions. The biggest one is the degree to which the global energy system is assumed to decarbonize as a result of increased climate action. This dimension is well represented by the IEA World Energy Outlook scenarios, from the stated policy scenarios or steps all the way to the net zero by 2050 scenario, and with the announced pledges scenario and the sustainable development scenario being in between those. Other outlooks other dimensions along which long-term outlooks differ is economic growth assumptions, variation assumed rate of technological progress of different energy technologies, as well as assumptions about resource supply. And OPEC sensitivity cases are a good reflection of those other types of scenarios, as well as from other organizations which have both climate and technological and economic growth scenarios, which kind of are similar in spirit to the IEA and OPEC different scenarios. So if we dig down first to long-term primary energy demand, which brings all the different energy sources together in common units. So this figure is showing on the far left the 2020 level of energy demand, as well as the energy mix with the different colors. One of the things we do with this Outlook comparison project is put things in consistent units here. We've chosen for these slides million tons of oil equivalent. If you prefer other units, the maximum axis here is about 750 exajoules, 715 quadrillion British thermal units, or 360 million barrels of oil equivalent per day. So you can translate as you like. So here we have a 2020 energy demand on the far left in the vertical bar, and then on the right we have a set of scenarios with snapshots for the year 2045. So what this shows is that the height of the demand, the height of the bars, which is overall global energy demand, it varies widely across the scenarios, from substantial growth in some scenarios to absolute declines in other scenarios. The main feature across these different scenarios is, again, the degree of climate action. And both the overall level of energy demand as well as the energy mix varies substantially depending upon which scenario you look at. Now, for example, we have about 24 to 28% growth, overall growth, over the next 25 years in the IEA steps and the OPEC reference case scenarios, relative or in contrast to an 8% decline in overall energy demand under the IEA net zero scenario. The other scenarios lie somewhere in between those two types of scenarios. If we turn next to the energy mix, we see that the share of fossil fuels in the energy mix varies also across scenarios, again, depending upon the degree of climate action represented in the scenario. So here we have the IEA and OPEC baseline in 2020, on the left-hand side, and then snapshots for 2045 across the different scenarios on the right-hand side of the figure. What we see is the fossil share, which is currently stands at about 80%, declines to 68 to 70% under the IEA steps and OPEC reference case scenario, and it declines further with higher levels of climate action to 57% fossil share under the IEA announced policy scenario or announced pledges scenario, and as low as 27% fossil share under the IEA net zero by 2050 scenario. So if the way that the different fuels vary is really in direct proportion to their carbon intensity. So we see the coal declining the most, both in absolute and share terms, over these different scenarios. Next is oil in terms of the impact of these different scenarios with greater climate action, then gas. In contrast, the share and absolute level of both nuclear and renewables grows under each of these scenarios, especially renewables, which we'll see in a moment. If we turn to long-term liquids demand scenarios, this figure shows global liquids demands through 2050, starting with history from 2000 to 2020 on the left. It looks at 17 different scenarios, which includes 7 different institutions. So in addition to IEA and OPEC, we have EIA, we have IEEJ, we've got IRENA, we've got the Gas Exporting Countries Forum and Equinor as examples here. The key difference across these scenarios is, again, the degree to which the assumed degree of climate action. The difference between the highest and lowest scenarios, as was pointed out earlier, is larger than current oil demand of about 100 million barrels per day. On the other hand, the long-term baseline scenario is represented by the IEA steps and the OPEC reference case plateau at very similar levels of 108 to 109 million barrels per day. And other scenarios, like the IEA's announced pledges scenario, which includes the most of the net zero pledges recently announced, still have liquids above 80 million barrels per day in 2050. But that's so the shaded region there over on the right hand of side spans these scenarios and includes, again, the OPEC reference scenario on the high end of that yellow shaded area. So as IEA and others have pointed out frequently, including the earlier presentation, you saw there's a major disconnect between the implications for demand based on current policy conversations and the scenarios at the lower part of this figure based on what is needed to stabilize global temperature increases at below 2 degrees C, which can arise in disconnects between demand and supply side investment, as we heard earlier. Turning to natural gas, the long-term natural gas outlook, this figure shows a similar pattern. I've noted at the top there, if you don't prefer to use million tons of oil equivalent, this is the 5,000 is about 5,800 BCM. So the long-term natural gas scenarios also differ widely. This reflects a range that includes greater growth and more modest decline than oil across the different scenarios. The whole range is from a 45% increase in natural gas from 2020 to 2050 relative to a 55% decline under the IEA net zero scenario. But again, the range in the IEA policy-based scenarios, which would range from the STEP scenario to the announced pledges scenario, ranges from about a 25% growth in the STEP scenario to a 5% decline in the announced pledges scenario with the OPEC reference case lying between. So again, that's the shaded part of the figure. For renewables, again, similar format for the chart with the maximum vertical axis there at 500 exajoules. Renewables grows the fastest under all the different scenarios, with the divergence of views really being just how fast renewables grows. Most of the scenarios have a 2.5 to 3.5 fold increase in renewables between 2020 and 2050. At the high end of that range, not that range, but even above that range is the IRENA 1.5 degree scenario, which shows the most robust growth of about a 6-fold increase in renewables relative to 2020. Turning to nuclear, here you have to pay a little care. The scale is a lower scale, so the maximum on the vertical here is 67 exajoules. And the range of scenarios, again, grows for nuclear across all these scenarios from, I would say, a slight increase to about 2 times growth under the most ambitious scenario here. Under the policy scenarios, that would be from the IEA steps to the IEA announced pledges scenario, it's about a 40 to 65% growth with OPEC being in between there. So compared to the other technologies and energy sources investigated in the report, nuclear actually has a smaller range than the others. It's a tighter set of scenarios indicating that the future of nuclear appears to be less sensitive to these different scenarios and is in the range of growth relative to many of the other energy sources. So this is just some highlights from the report. There's much more detail in the IEF RFF report. There's even more information that you can get at the RFF website. We have something called the Global Energy Outlook, which we produced both a report and a data tool the last several years, rff.org/geo. And there you can find much of these data, as well as data from other energy projections like Bloomberg New Energy Finance, ExxonMobil, Shell, all those scenarios in there. You can download the data, make your own images, and so on. So with that, just to say it's a pleasure, as always, to be here. Talk with you about the incredibly important future of the energy system. Thank you, Crystal.
Thank you very much, Richard. Very good presentation. And I think indeed the key takeaway here is that the range of uncertainty has grown across scenarios, across different organizations, and also across technologies. I think we are waiting for His Royal Highness to join us, not yet. So maybe there's an opportunity for some further questions. And here I'm looking at our panelists. Okay, so we have 5 minutes for Q&A. I also want to recognize Sama Bilbao y Leon, the Director General of the World Nuclear Forum. I think we're all set. Who wants to jump in? Bob.
Thank you, Christoph, and it's good to see you and everybody else. And Richard. Richard, your excellent review of the IEA and OPEC outlooks notes that recently there is a novel innovation in the forecast in that the IEA no longer contains a current policies scenario or a business as usual scenario that assumes current policies are in place, but other than that, no policy changes. And as a former EIA administrator and a thought leader in forecasting, I was wondering if you could reflect a little bit on that. Is it important to have a current policies or a business as usual scenario, or do you think it's with the transition sort of becoming apparently increasing inevitable, it's time to sort of move beyond that? So I will welcome your thoughts on that. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a very good question, Bob. It is one that I've thought quite a bit about, and it depends on what the purpose of the scenario is for. Different scenarios serve different purposes. There's a very good reason why the Energy Information Administration, the US EIA, focuses on a current policies reference case scenario. And a key reason for that is often used as a baseline against which the impacts of policy, new policy, are measured, right? And so if you include the new policy in the baseline, then you can't, draw that distinction. Now, so that's very important for that particular purpose. For other purposes, which is trying to evaluate one's best guess about what the future of the energy system looks like, I would not assume that current policy is what future policy looks like. We continue to see policy evolve. And I would say particularly given changes in technology, increased focus on climate change, I would expect policy to continue to evolve in the direction of greater climate action in the future. And so there has been in the past a confusion between a reference case scenario based on current policy and a best guess about what the future might look like. And so I think that the IEA stated policy scenarios and then announced pledges scenarios start to get more toward that, like how is the future look like it's unfolding? How might it change in the future? And so I would say that those start to look like, to me, given the current evolution of policy, what the future is more likely to look like than a current policy or classic reference case scenario. So they serve different purposes. I think it's important to understand the distinction. I actually think it's also very important to have a wide variety of these scenarios to help inform different types of decisions, but to be cognizant of what they mean.
Thank you very much. I recognize that, Francesco, you would like to take the floor.
Thank you. I think that on the same line of what have been said, that I think is need a little bit of clarification on this scenario where we are making a forecast or not, because in the case of Arena, we are not making a forecast. We are just saying what we have to do for getting a certain result. That is quite different. So I think that could be important to distinguish between the forecast as such or the scenario that includes the normal, the norm that has to be there for getting the result. I'm out from here. Thanks.
I'm afraid we're going to have to end it there because we're running about a half an hour behind and the ministers are all here and His Royal Highness is here. So we're going to take a quick break. Originally, the break was scheduled for 15 minutes. I think we'll do, let's say 11:25 just to restart. So a 10-minute break instead of 15 minutes. And we'll begin with the ministerial session. Thank you again to everyone, all the speakers joining us remotely. For the live stream, we'll take a little break and we'll rejoin you for the ministerial panel. hydrocarbons of Congo. And of course, this year, as many of you know, is the OPEC president for this term. And we're so honored to have you join us here in person. Your first visit to the IEF, and we hope not the last. And we're very much looking forward to your message today. So I'll turn the floor over to you. Thank you very much. We will. We're going to do a little switch here. We're going to turn to the newest member of the IEF, His Excellency Minister Virgil Daniel Popescu, the Minister of Energy of Romania. He's a good friend. I visited him in Bucharest, and we're so happy that you're joining us here in Riyadh. And I know you have a packed schedule, so thanks for joining us today. We look forward to your remarks, and then we'll go back to the Minister from Congo.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants, thank you for inviting me to attend the 12th Symposium on Energy Outlooks. I am delighted and honored to be with you today. The 12th Symposium on Energy Outlook provides an opportunity to address issues of mutual interest, to exchange information, review and explore areas of cooperation, leading us to new paths in which our nation can collaborate in the energy sector. I take this opportunity to briefly present some of the aspects that define Romania's energy profile. Due to the diversified and balanced energy mix based mainly on domestic resources, Romania is a provider of energy security at regional level, managing to obtain one of the top positions in the EU in terms of the least dependence of imported fuel. We rely on a combination of hydro, nuclear, gas, renewable and coal, with a cleaner calendar for phase out and replacement with more sustainable sources. Romania took note of the level of ambition of EU target for 2030 in the field of renewable energy proposed by the European Commission and the intention to maintain its mandatory net at EU level. On the one hand, we face the challenge of decarbonizing energy system, reducing greenhouse gas emission and promoting renewable sources. And on the other hand, we must ensure security of energy supply at an affordable cost for the final consumers. An efficient and fair transition is the overall value goal, but it can only be achieved by highlighting the energy potential of each state and especially in energetic peculiarities. Under the imperative of accelerating the decarbonization target by 2030, Romania aims to ensure a fair transition from fossil fuels, protecting the vulnerable consumers and establishing a diverse energy mix for the future. For 2030, Romania has set a target of 30.7% of green energy in the total energy mix by adding 6.9 gigawatts of renewable power capacity. Romania plans in the near future to update its national integrated energy and climate plan in order to increase its ambition with regards to a renewable energy target from 30.7% to at least 34% by 2030. Romania also has an opportunity to offshore wind energy in the Black Sea region. Moreover, to accelerate energy transition, Romania has planned investment in promoting the production and use of hydrogen as part of the National Recovery and Resilience Plan. The plan envisages the financing of hydrogen-ready intelligent natural gas distribution network infrastructure in Oltenia region and installation of a capacity of at least 100 megawatts of electrolyzer for the production of green hydrogen in the near future. Also, Romania intends to develop a national strategy dedicated to hydrogen based on the definition of a set of policies in order to guide, coordinate, and mobilize public and private investment in the sector of research, development, production, storage, transport, and consumption use of hydrogen. The transition to low-carbon energy fuels by gradual blending with natural gas is an important aspect of decarbonization. However, it needs to be coupled with the market availability of hydrogen in sufficient quantities. A common EU approach is needed for the accelerated growth of the hydrogen market, and in its regard, we salute the new common rules of the Commission for the internal market in renewable and natural gas and in hydrogen as an important concrete step in scaling up hydrogen market. The energy crisis we are going through has shown us that Europe needs first and foremost abundant energy sources at affordable prices, And those two pillars underpin sustainability in the energy sector in parallel with measures to reduce greenhouse gas emission. The current situation shows an important fact that success of energy transition requires a diversified decarbonization energy mix with focus on domestic production and also alternatively supply routes. Each country needs to secure a balance between the penetration of renewable energy within the context of its own energy transition plan and baseload low carbon energy sources while considering its energy security needs and social impact. In this regard, Romania welcomes a draft complementary delegated act at the inclusion of nuclear energy and natural gas, two important energy sources for reaching our country's commitment for decarbonization and climate neutrality by 2050. In the nuclear field, Romania intends to capitalize on the existing assets and operational experience from Cernavoda nuclear power plants Unit 1 and 2 to further develop its nuclear program. The main projects are continuing at an accelerated path as Romania intends to be on the forefront of the deployment of advanced SMRs in Europe and contribute to a localized supply chain. Natural gas has a special importance for Romania, considering that it is the second largest gas producer in European Union, having important reserves, including those recently discovered in the Black Sea. Therefore, Romania supports a long-term perspective of natural gas in the European Green Deal context, as it is our estimation that this resource will remain an important tool in energy sector transformation. I have briefly attempted to present the current state of the energy field in Romania and the most important strategic energy investment project. At this time, Romania is a stability pillar and an important contributor to the energy sector security architecture. There are solutions to overcome the global energy crisis and to take concrete steps towards a low-carbon economy. The pandemic crisis, coupled with the energy crisis, has created many imbalances in the energy market and continues to deepen and profoundly affect national economies. We need to work together and to promote cooperation as a basic principle of energy policies for overcoming the energy challenges at the global scale. The energy future depends on the decision we make today towards a modern, innovative economics that will serve the well-being of our people, but also the health of the environment in which we live in. Ladies and gentlemen, in the end, I want to reiterate a statement that I truly believe in it. Energy means security, and we cannot reach net zero target in 2050 without nuclear energy. This is my goal, and Romania is committed to do like that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we'll turn to the Minister from the Congo. Thank you.
Thank you. As it has been said, I'm Minister of Hydrocarbons, Oil and Gas of Congo-Brazzaville, which is not Congo-Kinshasa. Congo-Brazzaville is smaller than Congo-Kinshasa, but is the one which produces more oil and gas. And as it has been also said, I have the honor now to be the chair of the Ministerial Conference of OPEC, which is a very huge responsibility and for Congo and also for Africa. I'm very happy to be here for this 12th Symposium of IEF, and I hope that we will be the next one to be the member of the IEF. And I can say that the process is already on the way, and I will take the opportunity of being here to have a meeting on that, and I hope it will be a productive one. I'm happy also because this is what really OPEC and OPEC Plus we trying to say, to advocate for during the last month, that we need to have this dialogue, this very, very, very large, holistic dialogue between all the stakeholders of this big issue, topic of the energy transition and generally of the energy. As we all know, the prices are very high now. We have the figures. And I think, as everyone is wondering, we will be reaching $100 per barrel in a very short time. So the geopolitical risk could push oil prices even up to $120 a barrel. Indeed, the outbreak of a possible armed conflict, as you know, between some countries could lead to a rise in prices above $100 due to the pressure, due to the feelings, due to the perception brought by all those conflicts on the market. We will be having a great attention on the evolution of the geopolitical situation in the world in general, and that's what we do as OPEC Plus in a monthly basis. The evolution of the oil prices is indeed becoming a real marker of geopolitical instability in leading the economies of the world. The increase in American oil production and that other non-OPEC countries are among the elements that would lead to a downward trend in oil prices. Therefore, it's in OPEC's and OPEC Plus interest to ensure all the stakeholders to their commitment in terms of production quotas and related adjustment mechanisms, what we do, as I said, on a monthly basis. And I can say that I can ensure that we have almost a daily pressure of the Secretary General to honor that commitment. So the issue is the energy transition. What we think as OPEC and OPEC Plus, that oil is a crucial asset for the global energy mix for years to come. The COVID-19 pandemic has challenged many production and consumption habits. The energy sector has not remained on the sidelines of a disruptive transformation that the world has experienced in recent years. This explains the difficulties oil producers and consumers encounter in the energy sector. To date, renewable energies represent approximately 2.5% of global energy demand, while oil covers 30% of the energy needs of our countries. So the most successful studies on the evolution of the world's future energy needs are formal. By 2045, 28% of the planet's energy needs will be met by oil and gas. Fossil energies, coal, oil, gas, will constitute the dominant parts of the global energy mix until 2050, with a market share capture of around 77% in scenarios favorable to the sector and around 59% in the scenarios of an exceptional development of the renewable energy market. It is therefore in everyone's interest that sustained investment continue to be allocated to the fossil fuel sector for two fundamental reasons. The first one, support research and development efforts to decarbonize, it has been said by everyone here before me, decarbonize the production and exploration value chain in fossil fuels in order to reduce the environmental impact of this production. Second one, maintain the supply of global oil energy production at a level that will absorb global energy demand, which will continue to grow all around the world and the region. Indeed, an uncontrolled deficit or in the overall energy supply because of future energy demand will de facto lead to a surge in oil prices, the impact of which on economic activity will only increase tenfold. Concerning the energy transition, the zero carbon objective does not only depend on renewable energies. Investment in the gas industry, in particular, the capture, use, storage of carbon, and the evolution of consumer behavior must contribute to the change and mutation. Technological innovation in capturing, using, and storing carbon will be among the most influential economic solutions for depollution. The cost of implementing this market could be partly financed by a carbon price and the optimal framework for emission quotas. Today, electricity, and this is for us a very important topic. And I was very happy to hear the Prince saying many times that one of the biggest challenges we have is energy security. And today, electricity is not affordable to 600 million people on our continent in Africa. 900 million people do not have access to domestic gas. By 2050, the world population will increase from 7.7 billion people today to 9.7 billion in 2050. GDP per capita will fluctuate between $18,000 and approximately $23,000. Mobility will also increase. The number of cars rising from 124 per 1,000 inhabitants in 2010 to around 193 in 2050, with a sustained increase in global demand for electric vehicles and greener means of transport. The capture of gas emission from oil industry will find an important use in the production of electricity. After saying that, our conclusion as OPEC and OPEC Plus is that we need more dialogue. That's why this initiative, this forum, is a good one. It's going on the good way. We need to have this kind of dialogue everywhere. We need this dialogue with all the stakeholders. In Africa, we have an association of producing countries of oil and gas. The headquarters are in Brazzaville, in my country. It's called APO. We're trying to have the same kind of dialogue. In May, we will have a congress in Angola. 2 months ago, we had a conference for Central Africa for the same purpose, the dialogue, not only between producing countries or companies, but between all the stakeholders. We need to have it on every continent. We need to have it with the countries, the companies, the institutions like IEF, like United Nations, every institution which is really committed on the sector issues, on the energy issues. We need to have it with civil society. We need to take time to listen to the population needs. We need to have an inclusive process of dialogue in order to find solutions. And I think we have enough ideas and the technology is moving very fast to find the right level of the mix, of the energy mix, which would be acceptable, affordable for the majority of all the stakeholders during this period of a transition. That's our position. That's what we used to say everywhere. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Minister. And we look forward to welcoming the Congo into the IEF and of course, having your leadership and contributions. Now let me turn to, unfortunately, he couldn't be here in person because he's traveling with the President of Colombia, but he sent a video message, and we have His Excellency Diego Mesa, who's the Minister of Mines and Energy of Colombia. So we'll go with that video right now.
Hello to everyone. I would like to thank the International Energy Agency and its Executive Director, our good friend Fatih Birol, the International Energy Forum, Mr. Joseph McMonigle, and also the OPEC and its Secretary General, Mr. Mohamed Sansui Barkindo, for inviting us to participate in this important event that will have different country perspectives on how we can continue to fight climate change, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and also ensure that we have affordable energy for all. We're undergoing one of the most challenging times in our time in human history. We are well on track in trying to fight climate change and keep the promise of 1.5 degrees Celsius alive after long discussions in COP26. And all this needs to have a collective action and efforts from all different countries, both developing nations have to join forces. According to the International Energy Outlook from 2021, the energy sector is responsible for almost 3/4 of the emissions globally. And we have already pushed temperatures to 1.1 degrees Celsius higher than pre-industrial levels. With these impacts, the call to action couldn't be more compelling, and we need to make sure that we have the right policies in place. From Colombia, I would like to say that despite the fact that we are only responsible for about 0.6% of greenhouse gas emissions, we are fully committed in our strategy. And we presented this in Glasgow in COP26, and we updated our NDCs. And I would like to highlight 3 of the most important actions. First, we've committed now to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 51% by 2030. Secondly, we're also committed to reach carbon neutrality of net zero by 2050. And in third place, we are dedicating a lot of efforts to implement adaptation policies across all different sectors from our economy. From our sector, we also presented in Glasgow an updated comprehensive climate action plan for the energy, hydrocarbon and mining sector in Colombia. We're the first ministry to have this plan updated since 2018. This reflects also our own energy outlooks, and we're balancing out an energy transition in which we are incorporating at a very fast pace variable renewable energy. We've been able to multiply times 25 times the participation, the share of variable renewable energy in our power mix in just 3 years. And we're also advancing on an agenda to bring electricity to all Colombians by 2030. In these 3.5 years, we've been able to bring electricity to more than 70,000 families, and we're well on our track to reach 100,000 families by August 2022. We've also made significant steps into bringing new technologies, clean energy sources. We launched in September last year the hydrogen roadmap, zero and low emissions hydrogen, and we're gonna have the first 2 pilots entering into operations in March. We've also launched for comment our roadmap for offshore wind. Colombia has significant world-class resources offshore wind. We estimate that we could have about 50 gigawatts of installed capacity, and we're planning to start developing these resources over the next 5 to 10 years. We're also working on a comprehensive sustainable mobility plan. We became the #1 country in sales of electric vehicles in 2019, and we've maintained that position in 2020 and 2021. All these efforts have been recognized by different international organizations, such as the United Nations, that in 2021 selected Colombia as one of the global champions for energy transition at the UN High-Level Dialogue on Energy. We also will continue to work with other multilateral organizations. We're in the process of becoming a full member of the IEA. We're working as a candidate country to comply with the requirements, and we expect to have this process finalized over the course of the next 12 months. I would like to take this opportunity as well to thank the IEA, the IEF, and the OPEC for the continued support that they have provided to Colombia in our pathway towards accomplishing all these different goals, and for all the technical assistance that we've received over the last 3.5 years. We also would like to continue to work with all of you, and we'd be happy to share the success stories of our energy transition in Colombia, while at the same time also maintaining very high standards on oil and gas production, which continues to be a core of our macroeconomic stability. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much to Minister Mesa. If any of you were at COP, you know that Colombia and the minister himself were kind of the MVP of COP. They were everywhere. So we're delighted that he was at least able to join us virtually. Many of the ministers have talked about energy security here, including His Royal Highness. And our next speaker, it's his main job is energy security. So let me introduce Amos Hochstein, the Senior Advisor for Energy Security at the U.S. Department of State. Amos.
Thank you, Joe, and thank you to everyone. And it's a real pleasure to be back here. I was here 2 years ago, just before COVID, in the meeting that His Royal Highness and talked about the fire hose, and I'm glad Halima asked the first question to be able to get that story back. And Joe, it's really great to be able to see an old friend and here in you and leading the IEF, and someone who was there for the founding of the IEF to see how it's grown is really great to see. And the United States remains committed to supporting the IEF, as you know. I think this meeting really embodies what we really require right now in the international community. It's the cooperation and the collaboration on data, and to understand where the market is when it comes to discussing these issues between the IEF and OPEC and the IEA, even when the views expressed by those organizations, as we heard today from His Royal Highness, are not always in agreement. That's part of the importance of the meeting. The United States is focusing at the moment on, as we look at energy and energy security, on two things that have to happen in parallel, and we have to make progress on both of them and ensure the success of both of them at the same time. The first is focusing, of course, on accelerating the energy transition and deployment of clean energy and clean energy technologies. And the second is maintaining the existing supply of oil and gas and the existing energy system and ensuring that it is functioning at a balance. There's been a lot of discussion around what is more important and what should we be focusing on. And it seems as we continue these conversations, we get pulled to both of those extremes of looking only at one side or the other. And the reality is, and I think His Royal Highness talked about this, we're not going to make the transition complete in the next couple of years. And therefore, we have to ensure that we double our efforts on accelerating it, which means more financial investment by governments and private sector, as well as policies towards ensuring that the governments are enabling the private sector to succeed in deployment of those funds. The funds are available. The private sector wants to invest in the green economy and the cleaner energy. The problem is not the amounts of money that we used to talk about, but rather the projects to invest in and making sure that they're investment grade and that they're commercially viable. And I'll get to that in a moment. But it is critically important that we also focus on ensuring that we have a functioning energy system. And as we face today headwinds in global geopolitics and as they affect the energy system. We're reminded that even if we want to hope and wish that we could be further along, we're always grounded back in, and we're still in Chatham House rules, right? So we are still in a place where energy security cannot be taken for granted. We can't assume that we're going to have the supplies that we need. And let's just review where we are today after the last 6 months in both oil and gas. And natural gas, we have seen a major supplier into the market slow their supplies into their largest consuming market deliberately over several months, remaining at contractual levels that is not what the market needed, and reducing that amount further to the point of taking advantage of ship or pay contracts that around this table, we all know what those mean, and actually pay rather than ship the necessary cargoes to ensure a functioning market. When the natural gas market prices the way it did over the last several months, that has consequences. It is not only about, will we have enough gas to heat homes? It is also about the fact that industry starts shutting in. When fertilizer plants cannot function because of the price of natural gas, that impact is then on food security around the world in both developed and developing countries alike. And that means that the rest of the energy system stops to function. So when you undersupply natural gas into the market, it reminds us that we are still at a point of needing to focus on energy security and can't take it for granted. And the role of the United States here over the last several months has been to cooperatively to collaborate with consumers and producers to see how we can ensure that there's enough supply for the market as we face into these tough times. Same can be said of in the oil markets, where we have seen a rapid rise of price, and today having a significant amount of risk, of geopolitical risk priced into our markets. And His Royal Highness talked a lot about not being able to, he warned us against complacency and wanted to see that we did more in a collective and collaborative manner. That means that consumers and producers need to have a consistent dialogue. And for us as the United States, we are both. We are both a major consumer and a major producer. And therefore, we both have a responsibility for the global market, but we also have we suffer through the consequences of price shocks in the energy market that affect our economy. And as we sit here today, we're at historic highs, or not historic, but multi-decade highs in inflation rates and a 8-year high when it comes to oil prices. Those are not separate. Those are cyclical, and they affect each other. So as we look into the future and what we as the United States have to do within the context of the folks sitting around the table and OPEC, IEF, IEA, and IRENA, is to ensure that we are having an honest conversation on data on supply, to understand what the shortfalls are, so that the international community come together and make sure that the supply is there to meet the demand. We are struggling to come out of the COVID pandemic with increased growth, which creates into economic growth, which creates the growth and in demand for oil products and natural gas. That has created an increase in price, and we have to work together to understand what is it that the market will need from a supply perspective to make sure that this market continues to be well supplied and not experience the kind of price shocks either to the top side or the lower side as we go forward. We're not looking for lowering prices to the degree that they impact the markets in a negative way, but also want to make sure that we don't see the kind of prices going into the future that will have continued strain on an impact on both the US economy and the global economy as well. While we're doing all this, as though that is not hard enough, we have to also continue to focus on what comes next. And the geopolitical implications and the headwinds that we are facing geopolitically on energy markets are a reminder why we need to accelerate our transition. And it's not because we are naive enough to believe that energy security ends with a transition from fossil fuels. First, the fossil fuel transition will take a lot longer than we hope, even if we accelerate it. And the energy future itself is filled with constraints and bottlenecks of energy security. We still need to have, like oil and gas, we still need to have mining and processing of materials that are necessary for the energy transition, whether it's cobalt or copper or lithium or graphite and all the other minerals and metals. Those are today constrained, and we have to make sure that that world of the future is diversified with multiple sources around the world to make sure that we have a well-supplied system so that we don't end up in the same kind of constraints that the oil and gas world that we've gone through over the most of the 20th century, that we don't live through that in the 21st century. I think Saudi Arabia and countries in the Middle East and the Gulf have actually set the path and set the model for how to do that. And that is to enjoy the spoils of the oil and gas world that we live in today and use those funds to invest heavily in what we heard from His Royal Highness in whether it's in hydrogen or in other clean energy technologies, nuclear and renewables. And that's the model that we must do in the United States. And that's what the model that we would hope and expect and encourage countries around the world to do. So I'll leave it there, Joe, and thank you for the opportunity to be able to be here with everyone and to, if we can answer any questions, great. But thank you for the opportunity.
Well, thank you very much, Amos. And I wanted to follow up with maybe change it up a little bit, because you mentioned about continuing on the energy transition while at the same time we're investing in the fuels we need today for the economy and economic growth. One of the things I talked about in my remarks and other speakers this morning was the role of technology. And I mentioned and referenced the IEA 2020 technology report, in which they discussed that half of the emissions that need to be addressed to meet our goals have to come from new technologies, innovation, and technologies that are not even commercialized yet. The United States is, I think, one of the leaders here. President Biden, I think, discussed or proposed quadrupling the clean energy R&D budget. It's something that we've been encouraging other member countries and companies to do, invest in clean energy R&D, because technology and innovation is really the key to solving the climate crisis. So I'm wondering if you could maybe provide an update on what's going on in the U.S. in this regard, and the pathway from the United States perspective.
Thanks, Joe. And I think that you both answered, you kind of gave half the answer in your question. I think that what we've tried to do, and President Biden has tried to do over the last year, is to not just on the technology side of investment, the quadrupling of the R&D, but in general, create a massive new investment in energy transition, and specifically on technology. And that goes in two ways. One is actually to invest and to provide funding on the R&D side. But the other is, if we can invest in the deployment of technology, if we can invest in the infrastructure that is necessary for those technologies to be ultimately deployed once developed, then that will unlock and incentivize the private sector funds to come in and make those investments. So it's not relying on government money alone. As large as some of the sums that we're talking about is, I've been, Joe, you've been around Washington a long time. We never, and so has Robert, but we've never talked about it in trillions. And we're now, we're focused on the bills sometimes in Washington that have not passed yet. But we've already passed over something close to $2 trillion in new money to come into the economy over the next 10 years to invest in this energy transition. And a lot of that is to be invested in the energy transition. We are behind in the United States on the infrastructure side, and therefore we have to build the hard infrastructure as well as the soft infrastructure in order to get the private sector to make those investments. And working hand in hand with the private sector, I think that is the model that we'd like to see. I think we've always hoped that the private sector would make these investments in R&D that ultimately will lead to the deployment. Unfortunately, that didn't actually materialize. And that's why the effort that we're doing now is actually putting much more significant resources from the government side in the hundreds of billions of dollars towards this effort. And I believe that that is already starting to show show signs of success in enabling and encouraging the private sector to make both the investment from the banking, the financing, and the private equity side to the technology companies themselves developing what is going to be necessary, as you said, to reach the net zero goals that we have, which currently are going to require significant advancements in technology.
I don't want to ask all the questions here, so Bob McNally, please.
Thank you, Joe. And not to be presumptuous, but I would make a quick comment and then two questions for Minister Atua and Minister Popescu. First of all, my comment is, I can say, especially for those of us on the other team, the loyal opposition in Washington, Amos, all of us are really happy that you are working for President Biden and that you're here today. And I think your presence here today speaks to the bipartisan support in the United States among serious energy folks, especially for the IEF. So thank you, and we're all really happy you're in there, believe me. Minister Atua, we spoke a little bit en français on the way out of the photo. If you could tell us a little bit how you plan to bring your perspective from Africa particularly, and the energy challenges in Africa, to OPEC. What does OPEC, and then in the dialogue between OPEC and its brother and sister agencies, the IEA and others, what would you like to see change during your presidency with regard to that? I'd be very interested in that. And I see Minister Popescu has left. Maybe when he comes back, I'll ask that question, but thank you very much.
Thank you for the question. This is very interesting because now, when you look at OPEC situation, I think we should be 7 African countries members of OPEC, and I think there are more African countries than from the other continent of the world. So that gives us a big responsibility. By chance, we have, as I said, this organization, African One of African producing oil countries, and all the members of OPEC are members of this organization, which headquarters are in Brazzaville. So we used to talk, and we talk a lot, and we have the same position for everything about the transition, about the climate change impact on our industry, oil and gas, about what we should do to have the best energy mix for the next years. So we have the same position. This is very, very, very important to have this strong, unique position when we have our OPEC meeting. We don't need to have a block, but it's very important to have a common view on the topic of the next years. So we're trying to build something to bring not only African producing countries to be together, but we're trying to build that dialogue between African producing countries and the other countries which are more consumer than producing countries. We're trying to do it by sub-region, and we're trying to have it at a general level, which means African level. I think we should have one big meeting in the next month, and I hope that because I will invite all of you to discover Africa for the one we never have been in Africa, and I hope it will be a global meeting. I want you to hear about Africa needs, about Africa position, Africa view, because I think now Africa is producing more and more oil. Every year we have a big discovery in Africa. The last one was made in Côte d'Ivoire. Before that in Senegal. Before again that was in Mozambique. And the good news is that all those last discoveries are able to provide a very huge level of gas production. And we really think that gas is the quickest solution for the transition. Is the best solution for transition. The more we will produce gas will be the best for the world, because you can see how the prices of gas are improving so fast. And you can have very short-term solution for gas. In my country, which is not the biggest producing country in Africa, we are the third one, I think. We just started the gas project, a big one, $3 billion with a private company. We started in January, and we hope to have the first production and exportation of LNG in December. Very short, less than 1 year, we can have it. This is the first phase, and next year we hope to have the second one, which will bring more than 3 times the production of the first phase, less than 6 months. So we can have in a short term some solution for gas, which is a very good thing. And if we are all committed to find a solution, to bring some investment, to find a financing solution in Africa, we think Africa is one of the ways which can bring the right, the strong, the very significant contribution to that transition, to that energy transition. So that's what we're trying to bring as a view and contribution to OPEC and OPEC Plus. That's what we said all the time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And if I may, Minister Popescu, crises are often the fathers and mothers of organization. The IEA was born in the early 1970s amidst the tumult. Swing producer groups usually form after price collapses and so forth. Since Romania now is, dare I say, on the front lines of a current energy crisis, your perspective on what is happening in Europe, both just in terms of the fundamentals in the gas markets and so forth, and the concerns of the geopolitics, what kind of lasting impact you might see in terms of how Romania, but also your European counterparts or EU counterparts are thinking about their energy security when it comes to gas and so forth? Do you see, is it a unifying sort of a positive force for fresh thinking, or do you see disparate sort of thoughts? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Yes, Europe especially is in the front of this energy crisis, of this gas crisis, because it's a gas crisis, and from that gas crisis comes everything: energy crisis and electricity crisis. So the problem of Europe is it's too much dependent of one sources. Let's say it on the name, is dependent on Gazprom, on the Russian gas. 40% of Europe gas comes from Russia. So this is no good. So at the level of the Energy Council, all our Ministry of Energy from around state members of Europe are trying to find solution. We are discussing with other countries. We are discussing among us, and we want to develop a new model of acquisition of gas. Unified acquisition of gas at the level of European Union that can go and negotiate from all states to different countries in order to have a better visibility on the market and to have diversify the supply chain and diversify the routes. So Middle East countries are very interested for us, LNG, United States, Azerbaijan, and other producer of gas are very interested for us, and we are willing to discuss and to negotiate and to organize in order to reduce the impact of the price of the gas in the energy market. We have ambitious target. We have net zero till 2050, 55% reduction of greenhouse emission till 2035. And I am glad that together with other like-minded studies, as we prefer to say, we succeed to have a delegate act, complementary delegate act, and to convince the European Commission and other member states that we cannot reach all the target without gas as a transition fuel and without nuclear. Romania is a supporter of nuclear and gas, and we succeed to do it. Romania is the second large producer of gas from European Union, but we also rely on import of gas. We need 25% of our total consumption from import, and as if we look on a map of the Euro map, we see that all the routes of transport of gas are around us, not through us. We succeed to have a pipeline, a BRUA one, a pipeline that links Bulgaria, Romania, Hungary, but stops there, didn't go through Austria. And we have a round route through Slovakia and Austria, but we cannot, we offer it at the South Corridor in Azerbaijan 2 weeks ago. We offer BRUA, put it on the map, on the table, to have the vertical corridor and then through BRUA go to Eastern and Central Europe. But we have a very small problem. The interconnector between Greece and Bulgaria that couldn't be finished for 2 years. So it's not easy. It's not easy to do, but we fight for this, and I am sure that we, together, all member states and together with the European Commission, we will find the right way in order to diversify. This is the main objective, to diversify the supply chain and also the route of supply. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. I'm going to keep the program running, but we'll come back to questions. I want to introduce our special guest speaker for this session, who's sitting next to me here, introduce him and hear some thoughts from him, and then open it up to some questions. Lord Brown, it's great to welcome you to the IEF and have you here in person in Riyadh. You were at the helm of British Petroleum from 1995 to 2007, overseeing mergers and acquisitions and diversification of supplies in Europe. Of course, everyone knows that you've branded BP Beyond Petroleum to meet, it was your vision to meet current needs while developing a more sustainable sources of energy in 1997, something that people have talked about here in the current years, and it certainly looks prescient today. Your most recent book on engineering the future of civilization that was published in 2019, as well as now chairing the new Beyond Net Zero Fund, show an unshakable faith in the power of engineering, innovation, and technology to address all these problems that we've talked about today. So I'm opening up the floor for your comments to maybe comment on what you heard today, but mainly to give us some of your sage advice to folks in the room and also watching on the live stream.
Well, Secretary General, thank you very much for inviting me as a guest to the IEF. The IEF certainly has demonstrated, I think, by all the comments today, that it is absolutely the place for an inclusive dialogue, because the convergence of statements made, certainly in the period I've been at this meeting, is quite remarkable. But interestingly, I think we can all converge on the statements. I see no convergence on the delivery of the solutions yet. And I think that's an interesting question, because we are actually looking at a scenario unfolding today that's been widely modeled, widely forecast, but yet it's surprised us all with its speed and intensity. So this is a disorderly transition we're now seeing, where energy becomes scarce, prices rise, consumers suffer, and the transition to a net zero economy actually risks being delayed. And the conditions for this disorder have been brewing for a long time, probably for at least a decade. Relatively poor returns in energy, pressure from investors, changing consumer sentiment, they've all contributed to this historic decline in investment in fossil fuels, and in particular, reserve additions for the future. So it's not just today, it's also damaging what might happen in the future. But of course, we still rely on hydrocarbons for 80% of our energy needs. And so it should be absolutely no surprise to see what's happened today. Highest ever natural gas prices, for example, in Europe, and enormously high oil prices everywhere. So high and volatile energy prices could also have, I think, a very important impact, a rather perverse impact on our global ambitions to address climate change. When oil prices were last at $100 a barrel, companies diverted capital away from their nascent renewable energy businesses and actually put it back to work in hydrocarbons in pursuit of return. They maintained a rhetorical commitment to renewables, but in practice did very little. But a lot's changed since then, of course, but the incentives to maximize value in the short term are still overwhelming. And that's why I've argued that in the case of oil and gas companies, perhaps they should be bolder in separating low carbon and zero carbon activity from their fossil fuel business. That might be wiser for investors and give clarity to the world as a whole. But rather than rehearsing this prelude, what could the world do to mitigate the impact of this new era of disruption and chart a course to perhaps a more orderly transition? I think we'll never actually be in a perfectly ordered world. I haven't seen that in maybe the 5 decades I've been in the energy business. But I do think it's important that we need to make sure that we keep energy supply and use to be an inspiring choice for people to make and something which is great for human progress. And I think thinking about the problems and not the solutions will give us the wrong attitude here. But the first step is, I think we do have to be very realistic about the future of hydrocarbons, because I expect they'll supply more than 70% of our energy needs even by 2030. And it will take more than a few decades to do away with an energy system that's actually been built over more than 20 decades. So it'll take a little while to change. And this means the obvious steps that people have talked about here, which is to decarbonize the continued use of hydrocarbons rather than seeking their rapid elimination, which cannot occur. And I think the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and many of its near neighbors are doing some interesting activity in this area, making innovative investments in carbon capture and storage. And I may say, I think there are many more innovative technologies on the horizon to help that happen, because hydrocarbons are not going away in the short term. I think the second step we can take, as many speakers have talked about, is to diversify the global energy mix. So I think the most successful transition will be the one that recognizes that security is achieved through diversity, and that renewables and new energies have to be complemented by reliable and scalable sources of base load and peak load power. And I think this is a big debate in my home region of Europe, where the debate about the correct role of nuclear power has in some quarters been somewhat divorced from the needs of the consumer and the climate. The third step is, I think, to take a whole economy approach to decarbonization. So everything relates to everything else. And so this isn't just about the energy sector, and it's absolutely not just about energy supply. We need to decarbonize industrial processes. We need to use energy much more efficiently, which is a statement which has been said over many, many years. But today, with new data, new intelligent processes, this actually can be done. This actually can be done. So decarbonizing industrial processes efficiency, using fewer resources, relying on the circular economy, and taking a very rigorous approach to the measurement and management of greenhouse gas emissions. Annual investments in climate solutions across the entire value chain need to rise from around about $1 trillion today to $3.5 trillion a year. This is a lot. It's not just another trillion, it's every year. And that has to happen over the next decade. Investment at that scale can only be delivered by the private sector, facilitated by public policy that creates incentives to reduce risk, together with reduction targets against which progress is measured and leaders held accountable. So that's what I've been trying to do for a little while. I'm still trying to do it with Beyond Net Zero, which is a climate growth equity venture, which I chair with General Atlantic. We invest in companies that develop and deploy the next generation of climate solutions, and which are prepared to set rigorous and binding, independently verified climate targets annually. And it's a natural continuation of the work I began at BP some 25 years ago. Back then, the solutions weren't settled and the science wasn't settled. But today, I think the science is clear, and we have a range of potential climate solutions that very few could have imagined. So let me summarize where I think people might be. It's very clear to me that consumers are demanding higher standards and increasingly would like to know where their products come from, what's happened in the supply chain, and where exactly the carbon was released or used. Secondly, corporate leaders, after some time being on the sidelines, I think are beginning to take greater responsibility for their impact on society, and most critically, leaning into appropriate legal and regulatory changes so that the playing field is level. They're actually leaning into them. Not everywhere in the world, but they're beginning to happen. Thirdly, I think investors are becoming more nuanced in their approach, avoiding things like divestment, which might not make any difference to the climate at all, and instead wielding their influence over corporate strategy and executive compensation. And governments so far have remained committed to the net zero targets that they've set, even if in aggregate, those targets don't go far enough. I think they need to go further. Perhaps they need to make sure they price carbon one way or another, and they avoid regressive price structures and keep the public aligned to the future. Seems to me this debate is certainly not finished yet, and one which I'm sure the IEF will continue to be engaged in. So to be in business, you have to be an optimist. And that's why I've always believed and continue to believe that whatever the challenges of the present, the best is absolutely yet to come. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I'll start the questioning, but please, others feel free. You mentioned the last time prices were above $100 a barrel that companies shifted away from investing in clean energy, although maybe from a public relations standpoint kept the rhetoric going. As we approach $100 now, and of course Europe, as you referenced, is in the middle of an energy crisis. We're seeing high prices in gas and oil and a lot of volatility. How concerned are you about that affecting public support for the transition and addressing climate change? In our view, what I've expressed in speeches is that if the public starts connecting the two, it could undermine support, and it would be a huge setback. I think it's very difficult to get public support back, but very interested in your perspective.
There's no doubt. When I think consumers who buy primary energy inputs, so notably natural gas, for example, for home heating, are experiencing massive changes in Europe, and I think it will undermine, if left uncontrolled, it will undermine a general support that energy mix has to change. I think it probably begins to reinforce in many people's minds that in any event, energy prices will probably rise. What they shouldn't do is rise dramatically and suddenly. They will probably rise in real terms over a significant period. And because the mix is changing and because it takes a bit of extra return to encourage what needs to be done in the energy transition. So I think a lot of signaling is needed, a lot of perhaps some intermediate intervention by governments to avoid this. So gas prices are going up, electricity prices will follow in many parts of the world, which are based on fossil fuel generation.
One other question, if I may, in the presentations this morning on the various outlooks, we in our report with RFF, we basically outlined the main takeaway. I think is that the gap, the variation between the highest case scenario in 2050 and the lowest case scenario from all the different outlooks, and there are plenty of outlooks and scenario forecasts out there, is now 105 million barrels a day of oil. That's more than today's oil market. As a former CEO, an advisor, I know, to a lot of policymakers, what is your advice to CEOs of companies and policymakers? How do you deal with that uncertainty when you're making investment decisions about companies' capital or developing roadmaps as a policymaker? I think this is a big challenge. It's grown every year and it keeps getting worse.
Well, I think first, I think I'd respect all the scenario makers because they all have a valid position to have. But I think one thing, there are two things in my observation we've never quite got right. Number one is timing. It takes longer to get things done than most people are prepared to admit. Programs take longer to prove. People have an idea to invest. There is no like-kind investment, no revenue generating. It takes time to get the first one done. There are usually mistakes. It takes time for, therefore, the successive programs to be put in place. So timing has always been a problem. And the second one is demand. I do think forecasts of demand have been depressingly inaccurate over many, many years. And it is, of course, to do with this change in consumer sentiment, first of all. And secondly, I do think that while had we had a meeting like this even 15 years ago and someone started talking about energy efficiency, people would say, yes, we understand that the oil intensity of GDP drops by 1.5% a year. But you'd say, so what? Because as you save it, you use it. It's an old Victorian theory. But actually today, I think the savings can be very different, partly because they involve the consumer directly, partly because they involve little decision by the consumer. So data, AI, learned systems, these things make a difference to the way in which energy is consumed. So therefore, we don't fully understand the impact of all this because we haven't experienced it yet. So I think there's even more uncertainty in the demand forecast. Having said that, therefore, as a CEO, I always take the view that you have to look at business that is enduring, that actually speaks into the purpose of the world, that speaks into where your consumers are. And I would say that there's on balance, a set of consumers who really do want to have, everybody wants their cake and eat it, of course, but there are consumers who really do want to have energy sources that don't hurt the world, that actually create the possibility of having a world in 50 years' time that is at least as good as it is today, if not better. And I think that's the challenge that we have. And so I think as a CEO, I'd say I'd invest in that, but I'd make sure I invest at the right pace. And I'd invest in things that really had solid capability. Let me put it bluntly. I want to make sure that they actually really have revenue and that I can find a pathway to a positive EBITDA. That is what you have to do in business. And I think there are plenty and plenty of things to do in the energy transition, which allow you to do that.
Let me open it up to other questions for Lord Brown or our ministers from the audience. Jamie Webster from BCG.
Thank you very much, Joe. Appreciate that. And Lord Brown, thank you so much for your comments, and also thank you for your 2019 book. Very inspiring for my oldest that is getting ready to graduate with an engineering degree this year. You mentioned in your remarks, and I think you're probably the fourth or fifth person that has mentioned nuclear energy. I've been coming to this a number of times, and I think maybe I heard it once or twice every session, but we've now heard it 4 times. Minister Popescu ended his formal remarks by saying we must have nuclear. Dr. Newell and the Secretary General's joint report talks about the uncertainty about nuclear moving forward. What would you say in terms of bringing on some of the talent that we need to cultivate for not just that, but also some of your comments was that you mentioned in your comments that we really need to decarbonize oil and gas. Was less about renewables, which is of course incredibly important. But how would you look at that in terms of kind of turning people or opening up the idea that we also need to focus on that rather than just eliminating oil and gas from particular sectors right away, and instead decarbonizing as well as by supporting it with a robust nuclear fleet around the world?
So I think, first of all, for baseload power, there are limited choices in the world at present. It's very difficult to see for a large economy, renewable energy and energy storage that we can envisage today becoming a baseload of electricity. It's quite difficult. Could be possible in the future, but right now I'd say not. And therefore you're left with really 2 choices, natural gas and nuclear power. And I think my point is that we shouldn't exclude anything. We need to have the right balance, depending on which region you're in, to make sure we have baseload. If we don't have baseload power, we're going to have real problems. And we know, for example, that experience in Northern Europe is that it appears that the pattern of wind speed is changing and its altitude is changing. And they are connected perhaps to changes in the jet stream and so forth, induced by potential climate change. So I think there's something there. Interestingly, I think there is an influx of talent into the nuclear industry that I've not seen for a long time, primarily in the small scale, so-called small modular reactor business. They're not so small. They can be, but these are potentially things you could assemble to make a power station. And I think there are people coming in. I'm interested too that the private sector is now investing, the private sector is investing in fusion. This may be a long shot, but it's bringing brains into the private sector here. I think, in the past, if you'd said to someone, go study nuclear engineering, they would say, why? And now I think they would say, I get it, we need to do something. And having talent is the most important thing for a change. So getting talent is important. I think the development of alternative forms of energy, renewable, it has not stopped and should not stop. I still think there are many advances in solar panels that may come about for the future, and wind turbines have proved that they continue to develop both in altitude, height, and width. So I think that will continue, and I do believe that's important. Energy storage in batteries, again, continues. And, as one of the speakers said, there are shortages in minerals. Of course there are, but then you work around those shortages. So I've noticed that not only do we have lithium batteries made of many formulations, but now there are batteries actually without lithium in them, sodium ion, for example, which wire around some of the shortages. Not to say that lithium won't be used for certain applications, but sodium could be used elsewhere. So it's all about substitution. I do think decarbonisation, however, remains a critical agenda point, and perhaps it's slightly shorter term than nuclear. I think with nuclear, you could build a power station reasonably quickly. To permit it under regulations almost anywhere in the world will at least double, if not treble, that time. And so that is an issue that needs to be thought through. I'm with the public. I want to be sure that this is safe and it's in the right place and so forth. But I think we should examine exactly the steps taken to get the permits in place. So, but I think decarbonization, there are standard approaches at the moment, carbon capture and storage with lots of pumping and reservoirs and so forth. But there's some intriguing technologies which are right at the prototype stage, which don't involve that, which involve the mass of the ocean, which is a great carbon sink, to take a little bit more carbon. And that could be very exciting.
Laszlo?
Thank you very much for your thoughts. And I think one other major change that happened since oil prices were last time at $100 per barrel, that now we have a much more intensified social concern about climate change. The carbon budget is much tighter. Climate science raised the bar from 2 degrees to 1.5, and we pumped carbon dioxide to the air. And one thing that I find a bit concerning is how the social pressure is increasingly translated into basically the rejection of the capitalist market economy. That large parts of the environmental community are moving in the direction that we have to stop GDP growth, we have to dismantle large corporations, as essentially the climate crisis is seen as the crisis of capitalism. Now, on a personal note, I grew up in Eastern Europe in a real socialist country, and I find this reemergence of this anti-capitalist thinking ironic and concerning at the same time. So I wonder, what are your thoughts of how do we defend capitalism in a climate crisis?
Well, first, I agree with you. I think I indicated the situation is different from the last time. It was $100 a barrel. But now I think the question is, will the social pressure, which I believe is very important to get change made, be sufficiently powerful to change legislatures so that they actually do change the enabling frameworks which allow decarbonization to change the drive to net zero to actually take place. And I think there are some challenges in legislators at the moment. It's the trade-off of price, it's the prioritization, it's post-COVID. This is I think what has to be realistic, a very tough time for budgets, debts, and so forth. So I think all of this is delayed a bit, and I just hope that in this gap, we don't see, okay, let's go to very short term, let's forget the long term. Having been in Glasgow and having been there on the Saturday of the march of over 100,000 people down George Street, I recognize that people do think that corporations as an expression of capitalism need to do a better job of explaining themselves and actually being very clear that they are there in service of society, not the other way around. And I've believed that for a very long time. And I think that requires a much deeper level of engagement right across the board. We see it to some extent with reporting and executive compensation, governance, so forth. But I think there's much more of, I do believe very firmly in a stakeholder society, and I therefore believe firmly that corporations should engage much more with the consumers and society generally. And that will help. It may not solve it, but it will help.
Please.
Thank you. Thank you, Lord Brown, for your incredible speech. And I just would like to highlight something. First, I'm Yusuf Al-Shamari. I lead CA Markets Consultancy in London. I'm also a research fellow at Imperial College of London. And as you know, in the just last month, there has been a change in the UK policy coming from Boris Johnson, saying clearly that oil and gas will continue to be a major part of the UK energy system. This is somehow slightly different tone compared to the 2 years tone in which there has been a pledge to decarbonize the transport sector by 2025. So I'm just wondering how could that have an economic effects on other European countries where we see decarbonization meaning somehow moving away from fossil, while in my view, decarbonization, as His Royal Highness mentioned this morning, greening the fossil fuel. So I just would like to hear your comment on that as a former British energy figure. And I've actually been very inspired by your talks when I was a student. Thank you, Lord Brown.
Thank you. Well, I think whatever change in policy takes place in the matter of exploration and production of hydrocarbons, there's a big lag between the change of policy and the result. It's simply a matter of timescales. So while that's happening, meanwhile, oil production is taking place in the rest of the world, the question is, will it keep pace with demand? And can we actually decarbonize it? Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is very clear about that. I think they're about the only nation in the world with spare capacity now. The spare capacity of the rest of the world is minuscule, if not zero. I think it's slightly above zero. So I think small changes are very important. I think Europe, excluding, well, obviously Norway is a very important producer, but the rest of Europe is not as significant as other parts of the world. So this might be a symbolic act, important, I think, for symbolism. It may not actually move the needle when it comes to the reality of what's needed. But it keeps a balance, I think, in the signals being given about where the energy mix should be.
Well, I think we're going to end it there. Lord Brown, many thanks for coming and your thoughts, and to our fellow ministers who joined us, Amos and His Royal Highness. Thank you. We're going to break for lunch right now. So change the schedule around a little bit, break for lunch, and then we will do the next two sessions together, since I think everybody is hungry and we don't want the food to get cold either. So we'll rejoin after lunch. For everyone on the live stream, we will be back right after our lunch here in Riyadh.
I think we had a very good morning session, and we are now going to move from models to market fundamentals, I would say, and maybe more from the long term to the medium term. And the key question really is developing on the earlier discussions we had also just now with Lord John Brown. Are we moving towards a more volatile new normal? Before I pass the floor to Amrita Sen, who will moderate the first session, I would just like to remind everybody that what we will be doing is indeed running session 2 and 3 consecutively. And today at 6:45, I'm told we will have buses departing from the IEF to Kapsark, where His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman Al Saud will invite us in his capacity as the chairman of the Board of Trustees of Kapsark for dinner. So with that, Amrita, thank you for joining us. You have a great panel of experts. We look forward to this discussion and the Q&A afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Excellencies, dignitaries. I, first and foremost, again, thank you for inviting all of us. As you know, our session was, or some of you might know, our session was supposed to be moderated by Carol Nutley, who's a very familiar face here, but she had to leave for her flight because our sessions were running a bit late. So I am going to impromptu effectively host this session with very little heads up, and therefore we're not going to go into a lot of speaker bios. And again, they're all my friends here, and again, I'm sure all of you know this panel very, very well. So with that, it's a very interesting topic for sure, right? The volatility, and His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz actually talked about this, right? Talked about in terms of OPEC policy as well, to Halima's question around changes, or again why they don't want to make changes to prevent volatility. So it is a topic which is of huge importance to this region. For our panel, I'm going to pass it first on to Bob to kick us off. All of us have a few slides. Bob will be followed by myself and then the rest. And we've got Irina joining us virtually, I am told. But yeah, with that, Bob, I'll pass it to you, and hopefully we can have his slides up, please.
Terrific. Thank you so much, Amrita, or Chairman Sen, and thank you for stepping into the breach. I feel compelled before launching into my presentation, given the way the discussion has gone about the transition, to make a personal disclaimer. And that is that while I am a flawed human being, when it comes to the climate change, I am not evil. I lived for 2 years without carbon energy in a mud hut in Senegal, West Africa. I, with Joe McGonigal, worked with George Bush, and we developed hydrogen energy. I walked us back in the fusion energy program. We did the first ever solar residential tax credit, and I personally revived and reformed the fuel economy regulations. I purchased a Lexus hybrid in 2007, and I recognized that human activities exert a warming influence on the planet. So I am not evil. Now we'll get to the presentation. If we go to the first slide, please. Okay. I'm always asking myself as a forecaster, what is the consensus missing? I learned a long time ago, we really can't count the barrels. It's impossible. There are too many of them, especially on the demand side. But what we ought to do to be helpful to our clients or our officials is try to understand where the consensus of the day is wrong in a big way. And I think the last big consensus shocks were on the supply side. Saudi Arabia wouldn't swing under shale in 2014, the shale revolution itself after 2010, and then the steepness of the non-OPEC supply curve 5 years before. In my view, the next big surprise, or where the consensus is most wrong, is on the demand side. And this chart here shows you a version of what Richard Newell's presentation showed us, the prevailing forecast by the leading agencies. The difference is with oil demand is I've included the business as usual or current policy forecasts, in this case the IEA had, until 2019. And as we know, I think the most important thing that's happened in our business with more portentous impacts for the coming decade is the cancellation, the abolition, the forbidding of a business as usual forecast by IEA. And the green lines you see there are now the prevailing either base or reference case forecasts, steps for IEA, and whether they call it business as usual or not, everybody basically sees peak demand. So again, the point here is it's not just wishful thinking anymore. The consensus has embraced as an assumption base case that oil demand will decouple from GDP this decade and peak so much around 2030. And all of that decoupling, the difference between the black lines there and the flat green lines is in the transportation sector. It's not in petrochemical use, it's not industrial use. So that to me is, I think, where the market is wrong. So we have to ask ourselves, is there any evidence that consumers are voluntarily shifting to fuel efficient vehicles or electric vehicles at rates enough to backstop this new consumption forecast that we're going to have a peak demand by 2030. My company watches this very closely. As we analyze consumer behavior, actually, we can just invoke the IEA itself. The IEA regularly points out that consumers across the planet, chart on the right, are moving towards SUVs. China, the EU, everywhere. And they warn this shift towards SUVs is offsetting the benefit from electrification. Okay, so if consumers aren't moving voluntarily to this peak demand scenario upon which the world is betting the farm, our government's going to force people into cars they don't want to buy. Let's look at the policy. We looked at that as well. In Europe, it's strong on paper. Europe is basically going to ban gasoline cars sometime between 20 and 2035. But let's ask ourselves, is there political will in Europe to do that? Was there political will in France in 2018 to keep a teeny little carbon tax on diesel after it erupted in protests? We are seeing in Europe governments drop consumption taxes on electricity. In the case of Italy and Germany, renewable energy taxes are being cut. Is there political will to enforce these? When we get to the United States and China, the policy itself is weak. It's extremely weak and ineffective, and I see no political will to impose these transition costs. So in my view, this shift in the consensus from a view that oil demand grows at about half the rate of GDP, so in a 1 million barrel a day world and a 3% GDP world, that should be about 1.5 million barrels a day. It's instead going to be half of that. I think it's wrong. So let's say I'm right. Let's just hypothetically say, okay, you've identified the big thing upon which the consensus is wrong. What will be the leading indicator of that? When will we know? In my view, it's going to be the good old United States gasoline pool, the largest single product pool on the planet, right? Visible, we have pretty good data. And if you look to the left, what you see there, if you look to the right, you see that EIA is saying two very different things about gasoline demand in the United States. Since 2008, the EIA has been saying in its annual energy outlooks that gasoline demand is about to peak and collapse imminently. The current AEO says gasoline demand is going from 9.3 million barrels a day in 2019 to 8.3 million barrels a day in 2030. They've been saying that since 2008. They have been wrong since 2008. The dotted line there, the brown line, shows you what the short-term forecast at DOE shows for next year, a rise. Both can't be right. One has to be wrong. I think the answer is, will fuel economy policies, the CAFE program, force consumers into fuel efficient vehicles? Now we shift to the left. The orange line there is the MPG, the fuel efficiency of cars bought by Americans. I always say, look at the facts, not the talk. And I was the one who revised the fuel economy system. As you see there has been no improvement in the fuel economy, the fuel efficiency of cars bought by Americans since 2014. It was rising before then with higher pump prices. You see the gasoline price. Higher oil prices do compel or induce consumers to buy more fuel efficient cars. Conversely, when the price falls, as we see here, the fuel economy benefits start to go away. The gray line are the paper standards from EPA for the fuel economy standards, which are again extremely weak. This is not rocket science. This is not a secret. This ought to be clear to everybody. So when IEA was going from a business canceling BAU, You had President Trump weakening the already weak fuel economy standards, China phasing out NEV subsidies. Only in Europe can you say the policy was strong. How can we assume that current policies is unrealistic and we're in a world that's becoming more efficient in transportation? Why does this matter? I'm coming to my last slide. Here is the big why this matters. The consensus, in my view, is on the left, and we're looking again between now and 2030. Best I can tell, most folks, when they count the barrels, they think that net oil supply is going to grow by about 500,000 barrels a day, OPEC and non-OPEC. Okay. No one seems to be worried about $200 oil, $150 oil right now, because again, the new consensus is we're only going to see about 500,000, 700,000 barrels a day of demand growth. This is 1/2 or 1/3 of the rate that you would normally see. But because we've decided to embrace the assumption of a decoupling of demand this decade, we're not worried about 500,000 barrels a day. On the right is how we at Rapidan see it. We think the market the consensus has embraced wishful thinking as its base case. Demand in a 3 to 3.5% world is going to be closer to 1.5 million barrels a day than 500,000 barrels a day. If that's true, we're no longer going to debate whether we have an underinvestment problem. We do. We can't bring on supply fast enough to fix this. Therefore, we think boom is going to follow bust. My final comment would be, and this is a plea, and this came from the question I asked Richard Newell this morning. I think it is a terrible thing to cease providing policymakers and investors with a business as usual forecast for exactly the reason that Richard mentioned. We ought to be and are debating policies to accelerate the transition. We cannot debate or assess policies to accelerate the transition if we wish to use a cost-benefit approach unless we have a reference case to use. Therefore, I think it is imperative that IEA go back to doing a current policy scenario or business as usual so that we can see these kind of risks coming. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bob. And I did introduce you, not that you need an introduction, but for those of you, in case you didn't know him, he's president of Rapidan Energy. So now I'm supposed to be presenting, so if you can get my slides up, please. And then, Bob and I didn't coordinate. You will not think that when you see my slides as well. But again, I guess my only worry is that in some ways, all of us here, it's a bit of an echo chamber, right? And I know one of you said as well that it's great to see common sense. The problem is it's the wider world and how the energy industry as a whole kind of gets that message to the wider world so that we have the buy-in, because right now it's very much them versus us, right? I think that's a big problem. Right, so I'm going to take what Bob said and focus on a little bit about exactly that demand. Very much agree. We definitely don't think demand growth is going to slow down below 1 million barrels per day. Most likely it's going to be around that 1 to 1.5 million barrels per day. But what does that do? And I've kind of titled my slides as Sleepwalking into an Energy Crisis. I was trying to be moderate. The reality is we're probably, we're on skateboards going in, like we are in an energy crisis of some sort. So if we can start off with the slides. I think the first thing I kind of want to highlight on the very first slide is around decarbonization. I'll just wait for the slides to come up in case, oh yeah, there you go. There you go. So decarbonization means very, very different things in different parts of the world. This is something I can't stress enough, because the energy transition narrative and the loss of oil demand narrative, the fact that oil demand is going to peak, we're not going to need oil investment because there is not going to be demand in the future, is a very Western policy or a Western narrative. And as somebody extremely smart said to me over lunch, it's actually a very small minority of the Western world who is propagating this. But that is what is sticking. It's sticking in the media as well. And I think the reason then that kind of leads us exactly to Bob's point on certain kind of investment decisions, because then you are assuming that you're not going to need oil. So in this particular slide, what you can see is that just two countries, two of the biggest energy consumers, China and the US. In China, so the bubbles are effectively the year-on-year growth in each of these fossil fuel demand. Coal growth was still 100% in 2020 versus 2019. For them to hit their energy targets, and we've done these numbers, their energy targets, which they've said, the net zero by 2060, they simply have to move out of coal I'm not talking about whether they will or not, but these are the numbers. If they move out of coal and focus on gas, they hit those numbers. They do not need to touch oil. This is true of all emerging markets. Look at the US, and that's much more reflective of effectively developed world. We have already shifted so much of baseload power consumption away from coal to gas that for the Western or the developed world to hit decarbonization targets, we have to electrify our fleet. But by no means does this suggest that the whole world needs to do this, because like I said, the bulk of the population, and by the way, that's a very much a growing population, does not need to do that. You can put more gas and renewables into the power mix, take away coal, even if you don't go to zero, but just reduce it significantly, you actually hit these targets, which means if you look at our long-term demand numbers, we get to about 107 million barrels per day. And we've been very, very strict. And I mean, I'll skip this one quite quickly because this is just, again, you've seen a bunch of this morning. We are very aggressive on our EV sales numbers. Even with that, we can't get, so once demand has peaked, we find it very hard to get it below 100 million barrels per day in the long term. Unless, of course, there's a huge technological breakthrough. And again, I mean, you would hope that's very much the case. Battery costs have come down about 20% in the last, since 2018. And the more China mass produces, the more costs will come down. That's great. But we are still extracting as much as possible from existing technology rather than necessarily having found a new way of doing things. But even with these kind of EV sales numbers, what you see is that the fleet size is only 15%. Because it is very, very time consuming. And I think we've heard this over and over again to change the way existing, not just cars, but just the way the world works. I mean, if you do the numbers in 1980, fossil fuels consumed, or rather fossil fuels was 84% of total energy demand in 1980. In 2020, that percentage was exactly the same. We haven't shifted. All we've done is now we've got more gas versus coal, but fossil fuels as a whole has not shifted. So for us to then say, oh, we are going to completely get rid of fossil fuels in effectively 20 years, 25 years, I mean, it is just beyond wishful thinking. But then it's exactly this narrative, to Bob's point, is leading us to the CapEx constraints that we are seeing. There is absolutely no appetite to invest in. First was coal. Then oil became very much in the coal camp. The worst thing now is gas, which was at least touted to be the transition fuel, has also been put in that camp, right? It's like, no, you can't invest in oil or gas. So at least on the oil side, on our numbers, we think we need at least $520 billion each year just to hold flat at 100 million barrels per day. I mean, granted, demand is already higher than that, but let's just say it's 100 million barrels per day. We are not even at 400. We're about 370 this year. The last 2 years, of course, thanks to the pandemic, it's significantly lower. There is not enough money coming into the system to keep us flat. And I know you're going to probably see some of this tomorrow at the CAPSARC talk as well. But again, similar theme that we are now spending much more on electricity generation than actually on fossil fuel production. And again, it ultimately boils down to the issue of is there an appetite in the world? 88 institutions, banking, asset management institutions last year stopped financing oil and gas and coal, of course. That is just going to lead us to a massive, I mean, we are talking about $100 oil, and I get the sense that the market thinks so there's geopolitical risk involved. Yes, some of it is there, but we're not talking about $100 oil as a short-term thing. This is we almost need high prices and for a sustained period of time if we are going to shift consumer behavior away from it. And this is where, and again, some of my good friends, I've had this discussion outside with them as well in the government, and I said this to them, is that if you are going to do an SPR at $85 oil, what are you going to do when oil prices are at 120? Because if you can't say, oh, we're going to achieve all these net zero targets in 2050, and then not allow the consumers to basically see what's the true cost of transition. Because the true cost of transition is not just the cost of setting up all the renewables that we need. It's also, by the way, as much about effectively paying those who have oil and gas and coal investment to retire their investments early, right? And let's not forget that energy transition and energy poverty are effectively two sides of the same coin. the vast majority of today's kind of emerging markets, they don't even have basic electricity needs. So we are, and like I said, I've titled this Sleepwalking into an Energy Crisis, partly because, again, I was trying to be moderate, but partly also because I don't think we've seen even the start of what's to come in terms of high prices and what we need really to solve this problem. And the last slide of mine is to highlight that right now there's a little bit of a misconception in the market that all the lack of investment is only in the upstream. And yeah, we have had 10 years of overcapacity in the downstream. We've had lots and lots of refining. But for the first time this year, we are actually seeing a market that is extremely tight downstream as well. And I know there are lots of people writing about, oh, you know, crude prices are high, margins are going to come off. I mean, look at refining margins, they are through the roof. This has been due to one single change, which is China's policy. China has decided to focus on the environment. They are going to include refining in their net energy reduction targets by 2025, and they are no longer exporting as much products as they used to, which suddenly means that thanks to all the closures we've seen in the Western world, again, if you think about all the carbonization or carbon costs and high gas prices, it is very, very expensive to run refineries now. And therefore now we have less refining capacity in the world than 2019, and demand is going to be higher. Yes, we've got some capacity additions coming through in the Middle East later this year into next year. But again, maybe a couple of years of respite, but until and unless China changes its policy, which we don't think they will, we again have a massive problem in terms of the downstream. And if you think about all these mandates, sustainable aviation fuel and all of this, I mean, the biggest problem with transition is scale, right? For all the sustainable aviation fuels that we are projecting even through to 2030, it basically fuels British Airways' fleet for a day, right? That's effectively the problem. And then if you don't have the distillation capacity to produce these, then it's just going to be a massive, massive problem waiting. So with that, I will conclude my presentation and I will hand it over to Ken, old friend of mine, Managing Director at the IEEJ, very familiar face here. So Ken, over to you.
Thank you, Amrita, for your kind introduction. And I'm very happy. And also I'd like to thank you very much for the invitation by the symposium organizer. I'm extremely pleased and honored to be here back in Riyadh in 2 years' time. And I'm also very happy to share my views on this topic. And before lunch, I was very much impressed by His Royal Highness and other important speakers repeatedly mentioned about the importance of energy security towards the journey for the decarbonization pathway. And energy security, I think that continue to be very important, but nowadays, extremely, we are seeing that the interesting and the important time. Why? In my view, is that until the first half of last year, the most of the people involved in the energy policy and energy industry focuses only on the issue related to the climate change or decarbonization, I would argue. But very surprisingly, since the second half of last year, things started to gradually change, probably because of the combination of various effects, including the unprecedented simultaneous energy price hike. We already talked about lots of things about energy market, oil price, gas price, LNG price, coal price, and the power price. All the energy prices simultaneously started to pick up. And I think probably many people in this meeting room can agree this is a very unprecedented event. So we need to ask what is the background factor, in the common background factor of the simultaneous energy price hike. My hypothesis is that firstly, that there is a kind of coronary bound. Market sayings always says that the lower the bottom, higher the peak. But higher the peak, why higher the peak for this time? I think that one of the reasons includes that reduced surplus global energy supply capacity, oil surplus capacity, and gas surplus capacity, and also the electricity surplus capacity. And for this reduced surplus capacity was caused by many factors, including that decades-long industry effort to streamline and reduce cost for their own survival. And also, we need to ask the question about the impact of low carbonization or decarbonization effort, again, including the potential uncertainty over the investment, and also the impact of the potential malfunctioning of variable renewable. You may remember that in case of about 1 year ago, Japan had an electricity crisis caused by the malfunctioning of solar PV. That last February, we also see that the Texas power crisis, which was triggered by that malfunctioning of wind power. But if there is enough surplus capacity, these malfunctioning can be well met. So again, that the surplus capacity matters a lot. And once that every energy price started to pick up at the same time, there is a chain reaction. There is no loophole. And also we are seeing that the very serious geopolitics of energy is now playing out. And also we need to pay attention to the fact that now, from now on, energy security is going to be more and more complex. Traditional type of energy security, oil security, gas security, continue to be an issue simply because, as Bob and Amrita pointed out, I think that the world continued to depend on fossil fuel for a long time during the long-lasting transition to final carbon neutrality. Maybe it's a decade-long problem. And also, even if that the world can go to realize that the carbon neutrality, for example, by virtue of that decarbonization of fossil fuel like blue ammonia or blue hydrogen, probably we will continue to see that the dependence on this new clean energy trade between large-scale exporter and large-scale importer in Asia. And also, I think that everybody understands that the growth importance of the electricity in the world of decarbonization. And under the circumstance that the electricity security supply will going to be a very, very, very important issue for every country, while we need to pay attention to the new emerging threat like cybersecurity or the increased share of VRE and others. And also, as my friend from the IEA already mentioned this morning, that the security of supply of critical mineral going to be a very important issue. And that's why energy security concept is going to be more and more complex. And the third issue is a potential serious impact of underinvestment, which can be agreed by many. I think that the global oil and gas and LNG demand, particularly in Asia, is expected to continue to rise up to 2030 or 2040, I don't know, but I think that it's a long journey to see that the peak demand. And under the circumstance, lack of investment or underinvestment may cause a very serious mid-term supply crunch in these markets. That's why securing sufficient investment is really the key to the market stability, which is important agenda for this symposium. And under the circumstance, I also would like to point out sufficiency of supply capacity and the diversified supply and flexibility in supply is a three major component which is needed for the market stability. And in this context, I also would like to point out that the US oil and gas potential supply need to play a very important role in this context. And final slide is the geopolitics. Of course, everybody now paying great attention to Ukraine situation, but it's not only the Ukraine situation. We are seeing that the very complicated geopolitical situation, which relates to the energy. Gravity center of global energy market is shifting to Asia. And we are seeing that the very severe tension and complicated US-China relation. And under the circumstance, we need to pay attention to the potential impact of interaction among big players like United States, Russia, Saudi Arabia, Qatar in case of LNG, and China, EU. And market stability likely to continue to be influenced by geopolitics of energy under the growing energy demand in Asia and under the potential underinvestment. And also not only energy security, but externalities, which included energy security and climate change as well, are important source to impact on the energy market stability and global energy governance. The last one is very quick. It's a long-term, it's not a mid-term perspective. This illustration simply indicates that the world can expect a deep, large-scale, significant CO2 emission reduction while using the same amount of fossil fuel, which comes from IEA's outlook. While we are highly dependent on the fossil fuel, we can possibly reduce CO2 emission in a big manner. If we can realize this case, we will continue to rely on fossil fuel, which will need to the security of supply of fossil fuel again. I'll stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ken. We will now go over to Irina. Irina Gaida, she's a director, Energy Center, Skolkovo, I'm sure I've butchered that name, business school. So Irina, we're sad you couldn't be with us in person, but I'll hand it over to you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to present a perspective on this session. I guess I'll focus on one particular aspect, which is how the energy transition plans of various regions impact supplier strategies, and focus in particular on gas trends, since it has been in focus of the discussion, both in this session, but also in your earlier one. As you have probably seen, Russia has been historically quite late to join the decarbonization agenda. Looking at the current energy strategy, to a large extent, Russia is still focusing on significant growth in both pipeline and LNG exports of gas. And actually, if you look beyond gas, similar plans will be incorporated for crude oil and coal. However, COVID impacted quite significantly the strategy of the main players. To some extent, indeed, the pipeline experts continue to be focus of the flow, but at this point, I think the pipeline infrastructure is excessive, and so it's no longer a bottleneck for this direction. And Russia is increasingly turning to the Asia-Pacific markets, which are viewed as more promising and also stable long-term sources of demand for both traditional hydrocarbons and blue hydrogen, for example. If we look at interdependencies between Russia and European market, I would argue that the position is actually pretty symmetrical and balanced. Europe kind of represents between 32 and 34% of Russian gas production, depending on whether you include Turkey or not. And similarly, Russian gas represents about 29% of European, 32% of European consumption. So in fact, both supplier and the buyer are in similar positions. However, what has been a source of concern is indeed the fact that during the COVID crisis, the demand for Russian gas has dropped quite dramatically, and therefore there were alternative arrangements started, including development of major contracts in the Asia-Pacific market and contracts with China in particular. As I mentioned earlier, unlike many years before, LNG is now a new pillar of Russian gas export strategy, with significant developments planned both in Far East and in Arctics. And of course, the declared plans of rapid decarbonization on the European market are a significant threat to Russian gas exports. If we look at the share of European market in pipeline export, it's 85%. So if Europe suddenly decides to discontinue use of gas for any sources, of course, it's a major blow. And such steps as methane strategy, hydrogen strategy, introduction of CBAM, etc., have been already analyzed and viewed as a very kind of significant part of Russian overall development and Russian energy strategy in particular. And as a result, we already see that gas export transformation has started. We recently viewed quite extensive presentations from both Gazprom and Novatek talking about shifting to carbon neutral fuels, including production of blue ammonia and hydrogen through extensive use of carbon capture and storages. And the corresponding resource base is already lined up. So I think Russia has a very good starting point in accumulating domestic low carbon fuel production chain. And this is powering to continue the collaboration on the energy market through the export of low carbon fuels going forward. But indeed, the volatility of the demand and the politicization of the discussion doesn't help price stability and threatens investments necessary to make sufficient long-term supply. I think I'll stop here and happy to answer the questions.
Thank you, Irina. We'll probably do questions right at the end. And now to my very new friend, Lasso Varro, who's the Vice President of Global Business Environment at Shell. So over to you, the last words.
Yes, thank you very much, Amrita. Ladies and gentlemen, of course, Shell has a half a century's tradition of scenario-based strategic analysis. So it's appropriate for me to start with that. And that will illustrate some of the challenges that we face, because we identified basically 3 scenarios for the key driver, for the key theme of the recovery from the coronavirus shock. Waves, which is driven by consumption and wealth creation. Islands, which is driven by security and geopolitical tensions. And sky, which is driven by sustainability and climate concerns. And the unique situation currently that all of these 3 scenarios are happening simultaneously. So the recovery from the coronavirus crisis was associated with an unprecedented consumption wave. The fact that energy consumption increased in 2021 is not surprising after the 2020 decline. But if you combine 2020, 2021, so it went down and went up, overall, the coronavirus shock pushed the global economy in an energy-intensive direction, quite measurably. And the reason for this is the shift of consumer expenditure from services to manufactured goods. Your favorite yoga club is still closed down because of the restrictions, so you buy a new PlayStation on Amazon. Now, when you buy that new PlayStation on Amazon, 2 things will need to happen. One is that it is manufactured. More often than not, it is manufactured in China. So last year, the electricity consumption in the Chinese manufacturing sector was more than the entire electricity system of the United Kingdom. And China started to run out of coal. Coal shortages created a very robust and very price-insensitive demand for natural gas, liquefied natural gas in China. So it rippled through the entire energy system. And then you have to deliver that PlayStation to the consumer. Global oil demand more or less reached the pre-epidemic level, but it reached the pre-epidemic level with passenger aviation still 30% down. Air cargo is actually much higher than it was before the epidemic. Container shipping is higher than it was before the epidemic. And the consumption of diesel fuel in trucking has not simply reached the pre-epidemic level, but the growth of diesel use in truck transport actually accelerated during the epidemic shock. So you have this very robust consumption-driven factors, and the renewable deployment actually had a very good year in 2021. It broke all the all-time historical record, but it was just swamped by the sheer volume of energy demand increase. Now, also, if you read the news, it's not surprising that geopolitics is back big time. Those tensions affect energy markets. But it's also fair to say that the coronavirus recovery episode was associated with a sudden jump in the intensity of climate concerns, a massive increase in social activism, a massive increase in investor concerns. And to be fair with governments, while did not go all the way, but governments around the world did implement policies which were considered to be politically impossible just a couple of years ago. So we have the interaction of these things. Now, a number of colleagues touched upon oil and gas investment. Our analysis also shall suggest that with the current investment activity, we can expect the type of continuously declining oil and gas supply, which is actually remarkably well in line with a net zero 2050 1.5 trajectory. So if you run the numbers of how much oil and gas demand will remain in a radical energy transition pathway, that's more or less the current oil and gas investment activity. So you might say that in terms of aligning oil and gas investment with the energy transition, mission accomplished. Now, the only question that remains is that whether we will have a sufficient scale up of clean energy investment to actually put demand into that trajectory, in which case we have a happy end, or we will have very high prices rationing oil and gas demand through a very volatile, high price and recession-driven trajectory. And there we analyze very carefully, of course, Europe currently is the eye of the storm. So we analyze very carefully to what extent clean energy investment succeeded in picking up as a reaction to skyrocketing prices. Because renewables are actually extremely profitable in Europe currently. They are easily much cheaper than wholesale electricity prices. And to be fair, there are some good news. So last year, we have seen a sudden acceleration of heat pump deployment in Germany. And now there's a meaningful market-based solar investment in Spain and Italy over and above the normal government-driven policies. But when you run the numbers, these are 100 million cubic meters here, 100 million cubic meters there in terms of gas demand displacement. And I have to say, when I talk to my business development colleagues who try to build renewable projects around the world, they tell me some totally ridiculous stories of what does it actually take to build a renewable project. Because the acceleration of the climate concerns and the intensification of the government targets were not coupled with effective action to remove the non-market barriers to renewables. The issue is no longer the competitiveness of renewables. Their technological innovation did the job, but there has been very little progress to address land use, permitting, construction licensing, grid access, the nitty-gritty details, which now has to be a focus of the policies. Now, I would also say, argue that there's a structural factor which will drive volatility, and that's the disappearance of flexibility from the power system. I would highlight two things there. One is that European gas production in the good old days had a significant swing capability. As European gas production is now effectively shutting down, that flexibility is gone. And the second is that in a conventional energy system, market-driven substitution between coal and gas is a major flexibility source. To some extent, it is also there. But last year, despite the skyrocketing gas prices, the amount of coal to gas switch that we observed in Europe was 8 times less than what we have seen after Fukushima, for the very simple reason that a lot of those coal plants that used to be switching have already been bulldozed away. Now, coal phase-outs are absolutely unavoidable in the context of the energy transition, but the energy system does lose strategic flexibility, and it has to be replaced by flexible LNG and gas storage in the short term, hydrogen in the longer term. For the next 5 years, there are 3 things that I'm watching very carefully. One is that major Asian economies are now doing meaningful action on coal, which is an incredibly good news. Now, there is no doubt that wind and solar will do the heavy lifting in replacing that lost coal. And some of those Asian economies are success stories in renewable deployment. but the amount of coal that needs to be replaced is just gigantic. I came to Riyadh from the Emirates, where a major coal plant is now being converted to gas. That one single project is going to be 1 LNG cargo per month. And 100,000 tons here, 100,000 tons there, and the numbers add up. So that's one thing to watch. Another that I mentioned that for 100 years, the industry was operating from the principle that oil is cash, gas is trash. So everything was optimized for liquids and rather than gas. And suddenly we have a situation where gas is actually much more valuable than liquids. Various estimates suggest that there is around 500,000 to 1 million barrels per day oil demand, additional liquid demand, which was generated by the industry readjusting its operations and supply chains, prioritizing gas. Will this go back? Will the new LNG supply that come to the market will be sufficient? Because in that case, we can have additional gas demand emerging as these activities go back to gas, but oil demand might decline. And the third thing that I'm watching very carefully is the construction and real estate sector in China. China for several years had an unusually high reliance on construction-driven investment in its GDP. Now there are quite significant structural problems in the Chinese real estate finance nexus, and the Chinese government seems to be quite willing to address those problems and rebalance the economy towards the service sector and high value-added manufacturing activities. And there, the manufacturing of construction materials is a very important, very large driver of Chinese coal demand. In fact, that construction material manufacturing in China that uses more coal than the European economy. The transportation of construction materials in China is 400,000 barrels per day diesel by all the trucking. And the transportation of coal in China is another 500,000 barrels per day diesel. So if the Chinese economy successfully rebalances and addresses the structural imbalances, that can have a major impact on the energy intensity of the Chinese economy, and with that, global oil demand as well. So with that, thank you very much. I'm looking forward to the discussion.
Thank you. And with that, brings us to the end of our panel discussion. I guess we've got time for some question and answers. So
of course, I would suggest 10 minutes question and answer before.
I'll be strict on the time. So yeah, if you've got any questions. Okay, we'll start with Peter, since you're the first one. And then Halima, yeah, we'll go. Okay, yeah, go for it. Your mic isn't. Yeah.
I did it. Just dropped off again. Yeah. I'll ask a question to you, Amrita, because as you said, yours and Robert's presentations were very equal. But given that you're a bit further away from me, I think it's less dangerous if I poke it on you. But before that, just an observation I can't withhold. And I know that when people have a trauma, and I've been CEO and chairman of the board of RWE, one of the energy companies in Europe. And if people have a trauma, everything which looks slightly alike or similar, then already has been seen as the same trauma. So that must not, and that will naturally not be the case. But a lot of the numbers, the analysis, the outlooks, very similar to what we were discussing 10 years ago in the energy sector. And very similar to what the policymakers were in agreement with us, that that's smart and that's sound and that is what we can all expect. But it didn't come that way. So where did we go wrong? And let me give you one hint, at least from an energy perspective, because regulators regulate and set up policies, but they're just elected officials. So the word where we got it wrong was, and let me use a German word, although I'm Dutch, it was called Zeitgeist. So the preference of the day or the preference or the emotions of the people. Now, and I know the US, it is still a democracy. Let's assume it will stay that for some time. What impact can that have in the US? And I know US is front runner with a lot of things, but in other things, it's about, 10 years behind on Europe on certain trends. So that would be one question that I have. And then let's look at another country, China, which for sure is not a democracy. But you've mentioned there that coal will be replaced by gas, and then they can leave oil untouched, if I remember that correctly. Now, it happens to be that they have coal locally, gas they do not have. And given that it is not that easy to get gas to China and that they might not, for geopolitical reasons, be too dependent on imports of gas, would then not replacing oil by electric mobility be an alternative to not be dependent on other geographies? And given that it also drives certain parts of the economy in China, car manufacturers, but also the whole tech and IT and app development around that. So those would be the two questions. And then maybe one last one, which also links to, well, to all territories. When oil gets as expensive as you guys are predicting because of the shortness potentially, does that not then bring the tipping point of moving to green hydrogen or green fuels closer? And could that not be having a cascading effect?
Okay, I'll try and be quick. So let me take your second question first. So I'm not saying that China will get rid of coal. I think India is in a very similar position, right? They have a lot of local coal. It's more to highlight that in emerging markets, you can do pretty much all the work by taking away coal, putting more renewables, putting more gas in the power sector, and leaving oil untouched. Of course, it's probably going to be a combination because, to your point, they're not going to get rid of coal completely. But yes, if you look at their pledges, they are effectively saying, yeah, we are going to really cut down coal significantly. Yes, they are reliant on gas. But if you look at just this year with all the geopolitical headlines in gas, China has gone and signed huge amounts, I think, almost 10 million tons of new contracts in gas. So they are clearly on a path which kind of suggests that they are going to be focusing on cleaner energy. First question, I think, is your most interesting one, in the sense that where did we go wrong? I think you've hit the nail on the head that policymakers, and particularly Western politicians, we are now running on a 2-year election cycle. Unfortunately, it's not even 4 years. Some of these decisions around energy transition are painful decisions. And weirdly, I think China is showing us in some ways that, you know, again, there will be pain, but equally that it needs to be, they're quite nimble in kind of coming in and saying, no, we're not going to tolerate rolling blackouts. We're going to come in and buy this, but our longer term objective is that. I guess in terms of where we've gone wrong is, again, going back to the point I made, that the narrative comes from the West. There is no recognition that there's a huge amount of people who don't have energy, right? And that's why we have an inherent bias of underestimating demand, because European demand is peaking, US demand is peaking, therefore the whole world must be peaking, right? That's part of the problem. And part of it, as you said, is the politicians. And sorry, what was your third? Oh, yeah. So, yeah, in some ways, high prices is the best cure for energy transition, and whether it be oil and gas, because high prices will force consumers to change behavior. Ultimately, that's what we need, right? Effectively, energy transition, we are saying each and every one of our standard of living has to be going down to some respect, or we have to pay a huge amount of money for it, right? So it's a combination of those two. And if you don't see the high prices right now, we have so many countries bringing back subsidies, Japan, Korea, other Southeast Asian countries, US, of course, you know, talking about potentially some tax holidays. So how do consumers feel the need to switch? To Bob's point in his presentation, unless and until the government then comes and says, you have to do this, you have no economic incentive. So we do need to bring kind of economics back into the market. Bob, did you have anything?
If I could have a two-fingered or something on that, but thank you. Just building on what Amrita said, no question, high oil prices encourage consumers to buy fuel-efficient cars and electric vehicles. We are also quite optimistic on EV sales later this decade because of our very high oil price assumption. But that can only have a lasting effect if the high oil prices remain in place. If we're just in a boom-bust cycle where booms sow the seeds of the bust and prices collapse, we'll just see a repeat of what we've seen since 2014. Underinvestment, stoking of consumption, that flatlining that I showed you in terms of consumer purchases, consumer preferences go back to less fuel-efficient cars. So I think the real issue when you hear this, high oil prices will help the transition only if they stick.
Yeah, absolutely. Anything? Okay, so Halima, yeah, floor is yours.
Great. Actually, Bob, I wanted to pick up on that point because you've written so much about volatility. And so I'm just wondering, when do you think we're at the point of potentially getting to the next bust? I mean, when do we think about sort of recessionary impacts of these prices? And then a question for Amrita. I mean, I loved the point when you said, let the consumer see the real cost of the transition. But I just wonder from a political perspective, you know, can Western policymakers really allow the consumer to see the real cost of the transition? Will the consumer then support the transition?
Thank you. Very quickly, I had been expecting that we would really enter the cliffside of the boom phase, so the parabolic rocket ship phase, sort of in 2024, 2025. But I have to say, I'm just being honest here, and I didn't even realize this is being live streamed. So as I go through the region and get out after a couple of years and move around and look at things, I think it's coming sooner. I don't think it's this year. I think we're going to have a correction, but I think we're in the foothills with ups and downs, but I think we are a lot closer than I thought. So I think in a few years now, we will realize that we are in an inevitable short position, and crude prices will be in that sort of a boom phase.
Yeah, just to add to that, Halima, I think, our price forecast has been over $100 between 23 and 26 for a while, precisely because of this underinvestment thesis. And I completely agree with Bob. It's kind of coming a little bit earlier, but again, this year, fundamentals shouldn't get us there. Other factors can get us there, right? But if you don't have high prices above $100, whatever that number is, for a sustained period of time, you just won't get the reaction. But to your second question, I mean, you are probably better placed than me in terms of, will the politicians allow it? So far, we've seen they aren't, right? And this is the struggles I find, where it's a bit like, well, transition is a long-term thing, but people's pockets are getting hurt today, or they're distinctly different. They're not. It's a continuum. And if people everywhere, particularly, I live in London, so again, I kind of feel more of the kind of European pressures in terms of the day-to-day. If every single person in Europe or in America as well truly realize the cost of transition, if we are really honest about it, I think the conversation would be very different and perhaps more responsible, because right now it's become a very polarized conversation. It's us versus them. And that doesn't help anybody, right, in terms of that. But I know you had a point to make.
Yes, because this issue, this concept of greenflation, the notion that the transition might lead to systematic energy price increases, it's worth careful consideration, because the macroeconomic cost of the transition is not a single number which is coming somewhere. It is critically dependent on the policy design. And if you have an intelligent policy design which focuses on improving energy efficiency, deploying renewables, and transforming the infrastructure, there are other things being equal. This is actually deflationary. You reduce the demand for oil and gas, and you reduce prices. And you take advantage of the fact that with the recent technological progress, not every carbon dioxide emission reductions, but a significant proportion of carbon dioxide emissions are actually economically viable, with basically ramping up wind, ramping up solar, and electrifying the easier to electrify sectors. That can be done with a zero carbon price. Now, there is a work to be done in the hard to abate sectors. But then you run the models with an optimized policy design, you end up with a macroeconomic cost which is eminently manageable. And then you hit the hard wall of political reality, where people tell you that, yes, but I also want to close down our existing nuclear power plants because I don't like them. And no, I don't want carbon capture and storage because that's not cool. And no, you cannot build transmission lines because I don't like the pylons. And then you have a very inflationary transition, which will disproportionately hit the lower income segment of society. So I think we should be clear that it is not the energy transition, which might be macroeconomically very painful, but a badly designed irrational policy combination approach to the energy transition. And that bad policy design might well happen in real life, but as energy experts, we should not pre-assume that the policy design will be bad. We should argue for a good policy design.
Thank you. I think in the interest of time, in case there's one last question. Yes. Oh, of course, Your Excellency.
Thank you. First of all, to Robert, thanks to say to us that we are not the devil. So I felt confident when I was listening to you. And really, I couldn't think that I have to intervene to defend or in behalf of my colleague of IEA. So there is something that I think we have to have clear, because if not, the discussion is going too large. We have to understand where we are working. So we are working as an intergovernmental
agency as the IEA arena under a mandate. So we have all our member states that has committed to a world that is 1.5 Celsius contained the raising the temperature at the end of the century. So we are working in that context. So you say, why the IEA is just the planet, not the business as usual? First, I think that is not correct, because for having a planet scenario, they start from the business as usual. So they have the business as usual scenario. The reason they use the planet is because the government say, we are not in track for getting the Paris Agreement goal to be achieved. What do we have to do more? So that's the reason for them to make the difference between the planet scenario and what we have to do for staying on 1.5 pathway. Sometimes I feel that we are confusing the meaning of forecast and we associate it with scenario. The net zero scenario of IEA and our World Energy Transition Outlook is not a forecast. It's what has to be done to be in line with the Paris Agreement. So you can criticize the result of this analysis, but not the logic of the analysis itself, because I think the logic that is behind the work of IEA is absolutely correct. We may have different numbers at the end, but the logic is there. You have been talking about peaking. It's not IEA, it's not ARENA talking about peak. It's the IPCC, International Panel on Climate Change, that say if you want to be serious, coal has to already peaked. Oil has to peak in 2020, gas in 2025. So this scenario that IEA or ARENA produced to be in line with this scenario, with this IPCC assessment, and reducing 45% emission 2030. If we go out of this, we are not helping government. We are saying to the government what has to be done. So this just to give the sense on the work that we are doing. You mentioned the cost of the transition. But the problem are not the cost of the transition. The problem are the cost of no transition. If you have here to fight in climate change, it's because a world without the energy transition is a world that will change dramatically our way to live. So this has to be understood, because if not, we are talking into general terms, we are out where we have to produce a context. So IEA is working this logic. We can criticize some number, but the logic is correct. And I think is our. And concerning the decarbonization, what decarbonization means for us is to be carbon neutral in 2050. This is what decarbonization means. How to get there could be different part of the world. But we have already to be in mind that any narrative that we are building has to be coherent with it. So I hope that I cover. Naturally, I wish to agree on the point made by Laszlo, that it's important policy, and you know that in our outlook, the major part of the outlook is dedicated to the policies that has to be put in place, and ARENA will come soon with the regional energy transition outlook in all the region of our membership, that you know is based is 167 countries, to try to tailor the measures that really fit the reality of the place.
Bob, if you want to.
Oh, there we go. Thank you for those remarks. We may have understood the facts a little differently. Until 2020, the IEA's World Energy Outlook included a current policy scenario that assumed current policies in place and no policy change going forward. It then rightly included steps and other net zero scenarios, which they absolutely should be doing. So I'm not criticizing that. What I'm criticizing is their decision to cancel doing a business as usual scenario starting in 2020. And if you read the 2020 WEO and ask, why did IEA do this? They give you one sentence saying that they can't imagine circumstances in which they saw business as usual. This occurred during a time when the United States was weakening its policies, China was weakening its policies, and consumers were flocking towards SUVs. And the entire change from business as usual to steps was in the transportation sector. So as an analyst, I conclude there's no evidence whatsoever to support canceling. One can favor, one can include, but canceling it. And the biggest problem with that, as we discussed earlier, and Richard Newell made this point, is without a business as usual or current policy scenario, we can't do the cost benefit analysis that you mentioned and is absolutely right, where we assess the cost of not acting on the climate against the cost of acting and the benefits of each. We can't do that because our reference case already assumes a lot of decarbonization. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. And again, in the interest of time, I think we will wrap up the session. So thank you, everyone, for your time, and wonderful panelists. Thank you for stepping. I'm like the step-in chair, I guess, of this session. And again, just to reiterate, I think we've had very similar views around energy transition. It's just we kind of need to work together, all the industries together, rather than it's not us versus them, but it is going to be very, very challenging, and it will mean much more volatile prices across oil and gas. Irina, thank you for joining us virtually, and I will hand it back to Joe.
Thank you very much. I came in on the tail end because I was doing other things, but I'm sorry I missed it. It's my favorite part of the outlooks, but I'll watch the replay on YouTube. So that's an advertisement for the replay. Now we're going to move to the long-term perspectives session, and I'd like to introduce our session moderator for that, the new president of CAPSARC, my friend Fahad Ajlan. Fahad?
Thank you, Joe. It will be very hard to follow Amrita in that session, so thank you for the hard task. The session, title is Transition Pathfinder: Beyond Renewable and Electrification. And when we talk about and think about, transition, energy transition, the first thing that comes to our mind is a solar panel, wind farm, and EV. And that's if you go to logos, if you go to presentation, that's all over the presentation. Yet we understand that the upcoming energy transition is much, much more complex than that. There are a lot of issues that we have to face, including diversifying the energy mix. And how can we meet energy demand in hard to abate sectors? How can we make sure that economies continue to grow while achieving their missions to decarbonize and achieve, and overcome the climate challenge? We understand that more is needed. Pick it, more is needed, whatever it is. And so how will the energy sector increase energy access, reduce emissions, and overcome energy poverty? And what role will technologies that we spoke about today and will continue to speak about and continue to develop, including carbon management, gas, nuclear, will play in a clean and safe and cheap transition, again, that will keep economies chugging and competitive and sustainable at the same time. I would like to introduce our keynote speaker, Sama Bilbao Y Leon, Director General of the World Nuclear Energy Association.
Thank you very much, Dr. Al-Arjan. So dear friends, colleagues, it is a true pleasure to be here with all of you today. Thank you very much to the IEA, to the IEF, and the OPEC for the invitation to be here today and present to you the point of view, the perspective of the global nuclear industry. So as you know, electricity has been the catalyst of the incredible technological progress that we have seen in the 20th century. Electricity powers our lighting, the heating and cooling in our homes, the labor-saving devices that have liberated us, and the silicon chips, smart technology, and the interconnectivity that is bringing the world together in the 21st century. Fossil fuels did play a major role in the massive increase in the standard of living that we have seen over the last 200 years. And globally today, fossil fuels generate more than 60% of our electricity and more than 80% of the total energy consumption. Obviously, we have been discussing all day that concerns over climate change are now driving the world towards clean alternatives. And the goal is net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2050. So of course, depending on the endowment of natural resources, the culture, the history, the socioeconomic situation, the decision that each country will make with regards to their energy mix will be absolutely different. Of course, we know that renewables are going to play a very large role, but in order to achieve this net zero mix that we all want, the intermittent renewables are going to need to work together alongside with other low carbon energy sources. And as we have also heard today, fossil fuels will continue to play a very important role in the energy mix for several decades. Now, at the same time, I believe that nuclear energy offers a golden opportunity to build a cleaner, more equitable world in which everyone has access to clean, abundant, affordable energy and a high quality of life. And this is the reason why I think that nuclear energy offers a great investment opportunity right now. So today we have 437 reactors around the world operating in over 30 countries. Together, they generate a little bit over 10% of the world's electricity, but more than 30% of the global low carbon electricity. And taking into account that the average age of these reactors is about 31 years, and knowing that the first licenses to operate for over 80 years have already been granted in the United States, it is quite likely that many of these 437 reactors will continue operating in 2050 and beyond. And of course, we know that extending the life of these units is very important. And obviously, the IEA already has commented that this is the hands down most cost-effective low carbon generation that we have today. But extending this life will only maintain their current contribution. To reach net zero, to ensure that everyone has access to ample supplies of energy, and to allow all economies to grow, we are really going to need much more new nuclear. And this is going to be large units and small units. I think that many of you have heard about small modular reactors. They are very popular these days, and certainly they can be a game changer. Due to their smaller size and the fact that they have design with modularity and factory fabrication in mind, they can become very affordable. And this is going to result in a smaller capital outlay and a smaller project that are going to make them much more financeable. These reactors are also highly customizable, which means that they are going to fit many specialized markets and applications. And this again opens many new opportunities for nuclear energy and makes it easier to integrate this dispatchable energy into the energy markets of the future that are increasingly distributed. And also they are going to be coupled between electricity, transportation, hydrogen, heat, etc., etc. Today, the country with the largest share of nuclear generation is France, with about 3/4 of their electricity coming from nuclear energy. And France invested in nuclear energy in the 70s and in the 80s. And because of that, for the last 30 years, France has enjoyed the low carbon generation mix that most of the other countries of the world would like to have in 2050. And only last week, President Macron announced plans to keep existing reactors running for as long as it's feasible, to invest in 6 to 14 new reactors, as well as in pursuing the development of small modular reactors. So clearly, France redoubling its commitment to nuclear is a very good example of the importance of nuclear, but it's not the only one. We have many other countries in all continents. We have Romania, we heard earlier, obviously, Saudi Arabia and many others that are looking at nuclear energy as a key portion of their energy mix to achieve their clean energy ambitions. We at the World Nuclear Association have a vision for nuclear technology to supply at least 25% of the world electricity by 2050. And just as importantly, for nuclear technologies to be increasingly used for a broad range of applications beyond electricity. because nuclear power is the only energy source that can produce low carbon electricity and low carbon heat. And this is going to open enormous opportunities to decarbonize hard to abate sectors that are hard to decarbonize right now. For example, we've heard before, heavy industry is very energy intensive and often reliant on secure and reliable supply of high temperature heat. And I can tell you that right now, the first of a new generation of high temperature nuclear reactors that could supply this high temperature process heat is currently under construction. And such high temperature nuclear heat could also be used for the thermochemical splitting of water to produce hydrogen, which we have discussed all day, will play a major role as a future energy carrier. Also, excess heat from nuclear power plant is already used to deliver district heating to nearby towns in many countries in the world, thus avoiding another large source of greenhouse gas emissions. And another important point, climate change will also increase a number of people facing water shortages. And the good news here is nuclear reactors have been used to produce fresh water in many countries for decades. And then for transportation, whether it is supplying hydrogen for synthetic fuels or fuel cells or electricity for charging batteries, nuclear reactors can help meet the new demand for low carbon vehicles, whether they are used for transportation or for shipping. So now, this vision of abundant energy is not only possible, but it has been done before. In the 20 years from 1970 to 1989, the global nuclear energy capacity rose from less than 20 gigawatts to more than 320 gigawatts in 20 years. So this means that to unlock the huge potential nuclear energy has today, we just need investment in this technology. And this is where I believe that the vision and pragmatism and thought leadership of the energy companies of today can transform these energy giants into the energy giants of tomorrow. Of those companies focusing on fossil fuels, the ones that will be more successful in the future will be those that undergo their own transitions, using their current strengths to invest in future successes. As you know, like many other energy infrastructure projects, nuclear power plants are capital-intensive projects. And the cost of financing is a key factor in determining the final cost of nuclear electricity. So as we all pool our financial resources to accelerate the deployment of all proven low-carbon technologies, investment in new nuclear projects is going to be essential to achieve net zero. So an investment in nuclear energy represents the ultimate long-term investment, making profound and lasting contributions to sustainable development and allowing for an effective diversification of energy portfolios that will safeguard revenues for 60 to 80 years or more. Nuclear power plants produce round-the-clock, low-carbon, affordable energy, locally and independently of geopolitical pressures, the weather or the season. They have an incredibly small footprint in terms of land use, in terms of fuel use, and in terms of raw materials use, as well as the lowest life cycle impacts of all energy generation options. So at a time in which many are paying exorbitant prices for their electricity, while still trying to recover from the economic hardships caused by the COVID pandemic, nuclear power plants are cost competitive, particularly with the cost and the stability and the security of the system as a whole are considered, and bring long-term, well-paid local jobs and significant technological, industrial, and socio-economic development for the region. So as we look for a green energy revolution, I also see a fantastic opportunity for the evolution of the energy companies that have done so much for the growth of humanity during the 20th century. So in this sense, I think that investing in nuclear energy will help build a cleaner and more prosperous 21st century for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll move to our invited panelists. And the first panelist we have is Harry Kemian, who's a senior official with the Bureau of Energy Resources at the U.S. Department of State and joins us virtually. Harry?
Well, thank you very much for the warm introduction. I'm pleased to join you virtually from Bangkok, Thailand, and I was happy to see that my colleague and good friend, Special Advisor for Global Energy Security, Amos Hochstein, was able to join everybody in person in Riyadh. I want to thank our sponsors, the IEA, IEF, and OPEC. Next month, the United States will chair the IEA ministerial meeting at which IEA members will place the clean energy transition at the heart of the IEA's work alongside global energy security. And I'd also like to acknowledge the important work of the IEF and note that we're looking forward to deepening our partnership and cooperation with the organization in the months and the years ahead. And finally, we welcome the opportunity to hear the important perspectives from major producers and OPEC. Dialogue between energy consumers and producers is important, and we need to continue it. Central to the foreign policy of the Biden-Harris administration is the acceleration of the energy transition to meet our climate goals. We realize that we must work together on the new technologies that are needed and that the energy transition will not happen with a flip of the switch. Beyond renewables, we must work to accelerate the ongoing technological gains in sectors like carbon capture, use, and storage. We must cooperate to lower the cost of clean hydrogen. We can learn from international efforts underway by our moderator FAD and CAPSARC in this sector. Sama's keynote that we just heard right now, nuclear power, is also notable in this regard, as the United States views nuclear energy as critical to the energy transition. We also need to deploy promising pre-commercial technologies, such as improved battery storage and small modular reactors at scale. Our future will demand more low-carbon electricity, not just for transportation, but also for heating, cooking, and manufacturing. These sectors, beyond power generation, will require new technologies. I'd like to provide a few examples of what we in the Bureau of Energy Resources at the Department of State are doing to advance the clean energy transition, to spur new technologies, and to advance our overall climate ambition. My colleagues and I work with many of your countries and through international organizations and initiatives like the IEA and IEF to promote three core goals: decarbonization of the energy sector, energy security, and energy access. We strive to achieve a just and inclusive energy transition. And this includes a government-wide gender strategy to ensure that women benefit from the new jobs and entrepreneurial opportunities that the clean energy transition promises. Our officers work extensively throughout the world with counterparts to facilitate collaboration with American companies, explain our energy policies, negotiate when necessary, and find common ground. Our work supports the private sector-led approach of the United States. In our view, it's the private sector that's best positioned to develop and deploy the necessary new technologies. But there are areas where we can signal our priorities and we can spark innovation. We partner on technical assistance programs regionally in the Asia Pacific, Latin America, and Africa. And we also work on focused initiatives and dialogues, for example, the Japan-US Mekong Power Partnership or the US-Thailand Energy Policy Dialogue, for which I'm currently in Bangkok. On the bilateral front, we're cooperating with Romania to deploy the next generation small modular reactor. And we work to level the playing field, whether in agreeing on common targets to reduce methane emissions or working to reform laws and regulations that hamper investment, including those for new technologies. One area that we're currently focusing on is clean energy minerals. In the low carbon world, demand for metals and minerals will grow exponentially. It's vital that clean energy minerals be developed with the highest governance and environmental standards. And keeping the planet's warming to under 1.5 degrees Celsius requires affordable low carbon energy and an abundant, geographically diverse, and competitive critical mineral supply chain. We also regularly exchange views with major energy producers. Earlier this week, I was in Cairo, where I participated in the Egyptian Petroleum Show and attended a meeting of the East Med Gas Forum. And next month, I, together with several other senior US government officials, will participate in the CERAWeek Energy Conference in Houston. The world's major hydrocarbon producing countries have significant technology and expertise developing complex projects. Their know-how in project management can be used to lower costs and develop large-scale CCS, clean hydrogen, and biofuels. As we're working together to build a cleaner energy economy, the Biden administration is striving to ensure that Americans and the global economy also have access to affordable energy today. During the energy transition, we need to work together to support the existing energy system and maintain a balance between supply and demand that will support economic growth and ensure prosperity. Building our global clean energy future will require the cooperation of all of us participating in the forum today. Again, thank you very much for the opportunity to participate in this panel, and I would like to thank the organizer for bringing us together to hear these important discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, Harry, and we appreciate your participation remotely and wish you a successful trip. Our next panelist is Nobuyoki Kikuchi, who's the Director of the Resource Security Division at the Economic Affairs Bureau at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Japan. Nobuyoki.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fahad. شكرا جزيلا هذا يعني فرصة سعيدة جدا. I'm very much delighted to join this important event and very much regret that I could not bid it in Riyadh, though I was planning at the very last minute and I have to cancel due to my some of the commitment in Tokyo. But I'm very glad to join this meeting. It's a great honor to be included in this group, and I'm very much looking forward to the discussion. And actually, I used to station in Riyadh, so I just missed the kind of the sentimental journey back to Riyadh. So I hope that I will be able to be back there as soon as possible. I still remember when I was stationing in Riyadh as a young diplomat in our embassies. I still remember that the inauguration ceremony was held in Riyadh for the IEF, and I received the Prime Minister's special envoy to represent Japan in the ceremony. So IEA has some kind of kind of good memory in my early careers. I would like to join their previous colleagues, previous speakers and the colleagues to, admires the great effort made by the IEF and IEA and the OPEC. Those important international organizations are playing the even a more important role than ever. And also, I would like to express our gratitude for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for hosting the IEF and this meeting. Well, I mean, let me give you some of our the thoughts on this topic in kind of this spontaneous way. Well, I feel today I feel like I'm in a very important, unique historical point for the energy affairs, for the long-term perspective, and also for the very short-term perspective. And both of them are something that keeps me always busy in these days. As many other the previous speakers said, we're in a very important moment. That is the energy transitions. energy transitions for the cleaner energy in order to meet the climate goal. That is something that the international society, global community need to work together. I think it's now, there's no doubt on that. And we cannot emphasize more the importance of it. Japan itself has already announced that we are targeting the net zero by year 2050, and for the 6% reductions of the emissions by 2030. That's the high aspirations, and I think many of the countries have already announced their aspirations, and they're working very hard on that. At the same time, another unique point of the history is that now we are in a kind of the crisis, which is the Ukrainian situations, and I have been involved in how to be prepared for when something might happen, but these situations are very much reminding us again what is originally very important. That is the energy security. No countries, no society cannot live without the stable supply of the energy. So that is the good reminders of the importance, and this is also related to our long-term goals. We cannot undermine the energy security in order to pursue the energy transition. So energy transition goals must go with the energy security. In this context, I think that we need to be very practical and realistic. Transitions has its different phases. We need a rapid transition, but also sometimes we need a transition period for the transitions. So the path to the goal must be diversified and also must be tailor-made for each country. Because each country has its own circumstances, and you cannot accelerate the energy transitions if we do not make the good consideration to the unique and individual circumstances that each country faces. Thus, still the fossil fuel, we believe it's still needed. Nuclear should be there. Can be good options. We need new technology, especially the technologies of the carbon captures, latest steps. We need new fuels such as the hydrogens. We need to share the view that while we share the same goal, but each of us must have the rights to decide our own path, the energy mix, how we utilize the technology, how we the pace of the transitions. These are quite important if we are very serious with energy transitions. That's what we always thinking of. So all the fuels, all the technology must be on the table as options for us while we get united to pursue the common goal of the climate challenge. When it comes to the energy transitions, I think each country has its own challenge. From that point of view, the Japanese government last year decided to provide the voluntary contributions of the 6 million euro to the CPT program of the IEA. That gives the opportunity for us to work together with our partner in the Middle East and oil and petroleum producing countries for their own ways of the energy transitions. We'd like to continue this kind of the effort and the cooperations. As my U.S. colleague suggested, the critical minerals are also important and even newly more important topic for us. The resilience of the supply chains, the good governance in that all the phase of those chains are quite important. From this point, this year, Japanese government decided to provide another voluntary contribution to the IEA for its own new mandate on the critical mineral security. Well, then I like to just be reminded that again, in the short term, we face the potential crisis, energy crisis due to the Ukrainian situations. That is much about the natural gas, and the natural gas is even more important than before, and it's going to be more and more. The resilience of the supply of natural gas are very important. So this is the short-term issues, but also it is related to the long-term issues. Now we see the price hike of the oil and also the natural gas. Natural gas case is more extreme. This comes from the many different reasons, but the one important structure of this problem is that maybe we need to keep and increase more investment in the upstream sectors of the exploitations of those energies. That is something that we need to face in the very critical moment of the long term, which is our challenge for the climate issues, and also the energy security on the ground. We should not be shy to talk about these issues when we try to be realistic and practical. For the energy access, that is also important. Again, the energy access is important for the SDGs goals and for the humanity. But then again, how to make it happen, we need to be realistic and practical. That means that we need to utilize all the possible technology and the fuels. Taking the consideration that each society, each country has its own individual, unique circumstances. Finally, lastly but least, this energy situation very complex and sometimes alarming. That situation has also reminded us that the dialogue is important, especially the dialogue between the producers and the consumers. That it's different and needed and more needed than ever. before. No side, no one should not be just a loser. We need to find a very balanced way forward through the good dialogue. So the today's event is what something I admire, because it's definitely contribute to the good dialogue, and we would like to continue it. Anyway, I'm sorry being just be long, but thank you very much again. Thank you very much for, again for giving me this the great opportunity. شكرا جزيلا.
Afwan, and it's thank you for joining us virtually, and hopefully we look forward to seeing you next time physically in Riyadh. I'll move to our next panelist, Andrea Steger, who's the Vice President of International Gas Union. Andrea.
Thank you very much. It's a very high pleasure for me to be here in person after 2 years of my last stay in the Middle East. I was in Oman in 2020 for the IGU IGRC, which is an event that we run every 3 years to provide technical innovation and perspectives of the industry. And IGU represents 95% around of the gas market globally, representing the whole value chain. So we are having several committees looking at the upstream, midstream utilization, and indeed technology is gaining ground. And let me start with a reminder of the fact that last year, it was July last year, during the G20 held in Italy, that IGU organized a seminar which title was exactly Role of Gas Molecules in Delivering Secure Energy Supply for an Inclusive, Sustainable Future. So I think that captures very well the eagerness of the IGU to be involved positively in this very interesting and challenging debate of squaring the circle between security of supply, security of demand, and long-term perspectives to combine new technologies. And I think long-term, as we have seen and heard today, the whole day long, I think we have a unique common thread there. We require more options, not less options. Yeah. Because the one certainty about 2050, by the way, I will be 80 years old at that moment in time, it will be that we will be 2 billion people more on this planet and not evenly distributed. So energy needs will be there to stay. And indeed, I would say, no surprise on my side, gas is where we think we can bridge between medium, short, and long-term needs. And the bridge, I will talk about transition terminology afterwards. The bridge is because I think we can indeed deliver immediate GHG footprint reduction. I think one of the challenges there, though, is, of course, where we are already working is on methane emissions. That's very important to acknowledge and to work on, because we have not to hide where we have to work. And indeed, I was very happy also to hear from His Excellency, the Minister of Congo, that their delivery of new LNG sources will be very shortly available to the globe. And indeed, one of the additional elements in the IGU family is how the transformation of our members has already witnessed this transformation of the energy landscape. We were oil and gas companies and associations. Nowadays are much more broadly energy companies looking at hydrogen, CCUS, electricity for sure, and last but not least, also bioenergies, which I have not heard about too much today. But they are, of course, another angle to collect the challenges with the opportunities, transforming waste into energies. That's another, let's say, tiny bit of the energy landscape that is developing as of now. We have produced the first low carbon and renewable energies, gases, better said, report last November. And there is a great challenge and scope and opportunity to develop these new energies. Just to give you a sense of that, biogas and biomethane still is 1% of the total of gas, natural gas being consumed yearly. But there are some very good examples. For instance, in Europe, you have Denmark, where biogas penetration is 25%. So it's very, very interesting as an opportunity. Of course, as I commented with my Danish friends, Denmark population is half of the average Chinese city. But having said that, of course, we have to start. And start is also on technology side. We have heard about hydrogen, we have heard about CCS, and I think all of that requires a lot of investments. Investments is the crucial need to bridge between now and 2050, but 2050 is not the end of the game. We have to look at much beyond 2050, much more, let's say, long-term perspective. I was recalling before that in the early 70s, the MIT produced the Limits to Growth report, a very provocative book. If you are interested to look at that, I wish a good reading for you in that respect. And that was putting some challenges ahead of the world in many respects of the scarce resources to arrive in the 22nd century. So, I mean, from there, we have moved a long way and have achieved a lot of results. So we have not to be complacent, but I think we have to be, again, positive in the true sense, not in the COVID one. Indeed, one of the elements for being, let's say, positive is the fact that we have been growing in the gas sector as a global market. Last year witnessed the fact that LNG passed the trades of gas with respect to pipeline gas. That's a very important key milestone, with China being now the #1 country to import gas from LNG, indeed. And indeed, this witnessed the fact that we have another, let's say, important angle. While I do agree with the remarks from Oecd's Secretary General that we have several transitions, still we have a very interconnected world. So we have to work together to make it happen. And that makes me briefly move to transitions. In my terminology, and I have worked on energy transition since, I think, almost 10 years now. I was promoting biomethane at my company a few years back. And at that moment in time, the simple answer was never in our grids. And things have changed quite substantially. But I'm not talking anymore about transition, because I prefer to speak about energy evolution, because we have to move ahead in terms of responding to demand needs, to energy needs of the population and industries. And of course, one of the crucial elements with all molecules and all electrons is to speak more one to the other. We have to combine things in order to make, again, energy at the end of the value chain available at any point in time in an affordable way. I think it was Mr. Varro who commented the fact that in Europe we have lost some upstream flexibility. And indeed, one of the caveats that again, the European, let's say, peers of the electricity side are saying, we are possibly running the risk of grid stability to be looked at with very careful eyes. So I think we cannot just have a situation where energy wins in a certain segment and loses on another one. We have to work together. And to conclude my very short remarks, to do that, I am also very grateful to the IGU to invite you to the next World Gas Conference, which would hopefully so take place in Daegu next May. And I think this will be a good occasion for all the industry members, stakeholders to engage, because I think we have to continue talking to each other, and it's a very good occasion today, understand each other, learn from each other, and engage more, not less. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Andrea. I'll turn over to our next panelist, Cosmin Gheta, who's the Chief Executive Officer of SN Nuclear Electrica in Romania. Cos?
Thank you very much. I want to start by saying that we need all energy forms because energy, at the end of the day, it's security, and it's security not only in the form of supply and powering our day-to-day activities, but the form of energy that we use and the way in which we look at our future is what affects our planet. And unfortunately, we don't have a planet B. So we need to be very careful of what we do. I'm quite happy of the support that Romania has been giving towards nuclear projects with a favorability rate of above 80% constantly for this type of technology over the past 20 some years. So we've had 25 years of operations at standards of excellence and with the highest operating capacity factors in the world. I'll start a little bit by talking about globally. Nuclear energy covers 10% of total energy demand and 70% according to IEA and IPCC. And in Europe, it generates half of the low carbon emissions energy. Despite the debates, it's there, it's resilient, it's available 24/7. And I think it can complement very well other forms of energy production that complement each other. And I think it was a smart move for the European Green Deal to include in its complementary delegated act nuclear energy as a form, together with gas, of baseload and also peaking with the new small modular reactor technologies to complement very well the push of renewables. If we want to have zero emissions by 2050 and sustain our targets, decarbonization is not possible without this form of energy production. Alternatively, if we try to do it, thinking that it would be possible and we have the mature technologies to do so, which there's still debate around that, it will increase the cost of the transition by about 9.2 by about $1.6 trillion in overall transition costs. And that's a cost, given the scarcity of resources that we're seeing today and the pressures, that I don't think we can bear. The global energy demand is increasing by 2.1% each year on year by 2040, especially in developed countries. We all have 2 phones, more cars, more electric cars, a lot of air conditioning. So if we want to really support our modern lifestyles, leave alone security systems and other critical infrastructure, we need to start to be acceptant of all forms of energy, allow them for them to be produced, and not necessarily be as picky and choosy. Because if we tend to be picky and choosy on the forms of electricity that we do, and not let science and technology and engineering prevail, and economics, obviously, we'll have to make a choice. Less phones or no phones versus more forms of energy, which on the end, it comes in with clean, high-paying jobs and a boost to economy. I'll get back to talk a little bit about my company, which is the sole nuclear operator and the nuclear energy industry in Romania. I know there's a lot to be shared on a global panel, and Salma did a great job in presenting that. But I'll tend to present to what I have in my own backyard and what I'll talk to what I can represent. In Romania, the benefit of this technology over 25 years of operations has been very obvious. With 2 nuclear reactors, CANDU technology, we've been managing to save 170 million tons of CO2 in emissions with an annual reduction of 10 million tons. And we power around 1 in 5 light bulbs in Romania, as I like to say it. So it's around 20% of Romania's energy need. We create 11,000 jobs, and our accumulated turnover to the GDP is around 590 million euros. That's the budget the budget that would be necessary to refurbish all the hospitals in Romania. This decade is a very ambitious one because with the host of projects that we have, we will be expanding our capacity to help Romania in its decarbonization targets, and I'll talk a little bit about that. So we're attracting financing in between 8 to 9 billion euros. Romania's decarbonization targets as part of the EU is to replace coal by 2032, which means we're taking out of our system 4.59 gigawatts electric. And obviously, we're looking to produce electricity from 2 more reactors. That's another 1,400 megawatts at the Cernavoda site, still using the same CANDU technology, but also start the deployment of SMRs with a target in 2027, 2028 by placing a 6-module NuScale reactor equivalent to 462 megawatts on a former coal plant site, and we're soon to be identified. The benefits that we've seen in this technology is actually they're very well pertinent to hydrogen, as nuclear technology is very, very efficient in hydrogen production, actually one of the most efficient forms there is. And we've had a history in producing hydrogen at the Cernavoda plant since the 90s for our own use. So what better example to come in and support the production of this, and also blending of hydrogen resulted from nuclear energy with gas extracted from the Romanian offshore gas platform to allow not only the production of nuclear energy, but also of clean gas and help green overall our footprint. I'll talk very briefly about our projects. As we said, we talked about 2 new CANDUs that will be put after 2030. These would be coupled with also production of medical isotopes, molybdenum-99 and cobalt-60. We're looking to deploy also a small modular reactor at a new facility in a different type of partnership model, where we have consumers basically invest in this type of project and access for electricity. And we're also looking to couple this SMR facility with renewables because of its intermittency and modularity. We can afford to keep 1 or 2 modules in spare capacity when the wind doesn't blow to come in and complement that, so we can lower our LCOE. At the same time, we're very interested in hydrogen production, as we said, and we're looking to interconnect with the gas, not only with electricity lines that are available at former coal sites, which enhance your economicity and your speed of deployment. Also trades in those particular areas. People know how to operate plants, so it's a very natural transition. But on top of that, we're looking at gas pipelines so we can inject some hydrogen into that and help our colleagues that want to burn gas in CCGT turbines. So we have a quite integrated concept and we work well with each other. We've managed to keep our own integrated nuclear fuel cycle in Romania with fuel production for CANDU unenriched and mining, and this is going on. And we're also looking at production of tritium, which will be able to power fusion reactors when generation 5 will be in place, especially the ITER project. I've spoken about the projects generally. In terms of the small modular reactors, there's multiple technologies that are available. Romania, we have decided for our first site, because I'm positive that this will not be the first and only SMR that will be deployed in Romania in the next 20 years, given the outlook of the grid, will be a NuScale reactor. The justification was we've run a process according to the IEA tech doc and standards. We've investigated various technologies, and basically we feel that this technology will be the one that would be most mature and ready to deploy by the timelines that we have agreed with the EU for decarbonization. So it was a very logical choice. The other thing that we liked about it was the modularity of this particular technology, where we can basically configure the plant based on our needs and also have this variability that can couple very well with renewable production. This 462 megawatt electric install capacity would create 193 permanent jobs during operation, 1,500 jobs during construction. But it also helps stand up a manufacturing facility, given the fact that we're looking to manufacture and assemble these reactors. That would give 2,300 jobs. And that's to support the decarbonization efforts in Central and Eastern Europe. In the long term, we feel that this particular technology will help be a catalyst for others in deployment in the EU. We're working closely with our partners in the EU SMR partnership to try to develop not only licensings based on this particular experience, but also a common supply chain and ways in which we can have more sustainability in the long run. So we're looking at fuel. We're looking at how we can maybe reprocess some of that fuel to be reused and have a more circular economy approach to nuclear, which I know that would rattle some feathers with some, but it's a concept that we're thinking of exploring. And also Romania is looking to develop the first full scope simulator for a new scale SMR, but it can also be catered for us other SMRs, so we can start training the next generation of nuclear operators, not only in Romania, but also in the region through our various university partnerships. So we work in an ecosystem. I'll be very brief. It's been a long day, but if there's any questions, I'll be more than happy to take them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Cosmin, for sharing the vision for nuclear power within Romania and EU. Next, I'll turn to our final panelist, Luay Shorofa. Luay is the President and Managing Director of GM in Africa and Middle East. Luay.
Thank you, Fahad. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor for me to be part of this distinguished panel. As we say in General Motors, we are inspired by our vision, a vision of 000, zero crashes, zero emissions, and zero congestion. We have announced our aspirational commitment to eliminate tailpipe emissions from new light-duty vehicles by 2035 and become a completely carbon neutral by 2040 in all of our products and in all of our operations. In addition, our commitment to renewable energy started 2 decades ago, 20 years back, and the journey will culminate in 2035 when 100% of electricity will be furnished by renewable energy. We've made a $35 billion investment announcement. We will put this money between 2020 and 2025 to produce an all-electric, 30 all-new electric vehicles by 2025, 13 of which will be introduced in the Middle East at the same time. Here in the Middle East or in this region, I always say that we are blessed to work with ambitious governments that share our vision, and we are extremely encouraged by the national vision that was just recently announced by His Royal Highness Mohammed bin Salman of the net zero by 2060, but also 30% of the cars that will be sold in Riyadh by 2030 will be electric, and 50% of the electricity generated in KSA, in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, will come from renewable energies. From our side, we want everybody in. I know that we are all in, and we will continue to work with governments and private sector alike to accelerate a sustainable future for this region, to contribute to a cleaner and safer planet to our children. And we also believe that the future is now. Actually, the future is here. I would like to introduce you to this future that is parked outside this hallway with the Bolt EUV that come with 400 kilometers of range. It will be sold in this region in the first half of this year, and it would be my pleasure to walk you around this beautiful car. So again, thank you for letting me speak at this distinguished panel, and all the best.
Thank you, Lai, and thank you for the generous offer. We'll take you up on it. Our final speaker is Julian Perez from the Oil and Gas Climate Initiative, and he joins us virtually. Julian?
Yeah, thanks a lot. I hope you can hear me well. So I'm here to represent Björn Otto's Virgil, who actually had to drop the line, so please apologize his absence. So just wanted to quickly build on what was shared, and particularly on the importance of supply, transforming the supply and the demand in unison to ensure a just transition. So for those of you who don't know us, so GCI is the Oil and Gas Climate Initiative. It represents roughly 30% of the oil and gas production, and it's led by the CEOs of its members. So we get together today 12 oil and gas companies, including Saudi Aramco in particular, but also all the major Europeans, CNPC, Petrobras, as well as on the US side, Exxon, Chevron, and Oxy. And the capacity of GCI is that, its mandate when it was launched at the UN Climate Summit back in 2014 was to focus its agenda on where we can be additional, considering the unique combination of skill sets that the oil and gas industry can bring on the table of the climate change. So GCI aims to be this, change agent or catalyst of change of the industry, by leveraging on its capacity to accelerate the transition and not being seen only part of the issue, but also part of the solution. So, if you combine like the financial capacity, the management expertise, the international presence, of course, the technical competencies and the armies of engineers that this industry could bring, that would be a complete miss if we were not to leverage on this industry. And clearly we would totally miss the 1.5 or the 2 degree scenario if we don't leverage on this industry. So on our agenda, we focus on where we can be additional and where the power of the collaboration can drive climate action. So we don't, for instance, tackle areas where our member companies are already well involved, such as the renewable energy space. It's a highly competitive space now for many of our members, but we focus more on the segment of the low carbon transition that are a little bit behind the schedule, and that none of our member companies could have the capacity to bring at speed and scale of this transition. And so, for instance, some key efforts are around the methane emissions, as well as on CCUS or decarbonizing the hard to abate transport segments such as marine, aviation, or the heavy duty vehicle. So I think, to echo what the panelists were saying, there's been a little bit of a mismatch between what the reality is and what the wish are in terms of this transition. And there's need to, we know that the transition will take time. Unfortunately, this message is not easy to convey, but it's the reality. Today, the world is highly dependent on fossil fuel, including oil and gas, but not only, and switching overnight will never happen. So as long as the world needs oil and gas, we will have to reduce the greenhouse gas emission associated with the production of oil and gas, and the oil and gas revenue will serve to finance the transition. So that's why recently, like a few months ago, we released a new strategy to align all the member companies of OGCI on a net zero roadmap on their operation, but also extend that and leverage their influence to address the non-operated assets. So each asset where they have a business relationship will also benefit from the expertise of the member companies and the power of the coalition to get to a net zero scope 1 and 2. So that's one of the pillars of our new strategy. That is not a negligible portion of the greenhouse gas emission. If you look at the scope 1 and 2 of the entire oil and gas industry, it's 4 gigatons of CO2 emission. This is big. I mean, just addressing that could crack on nearly 10% of human-made greenhouse gas emission. And just on the scope of OGCI, it's 1 gigaton. So that's a very important aspect. So this pillar is quite critical. The second one is really related to the rest of the industry. I think the third one is about, again, supporting the decarbonization of the society. And here we look at how we can, again, contribute on specific segments of this of the transition. I mentioned CCUS, transport, hydrogen, obviously, is part of our roadmap as well, because of the unique competencies that this industry could bring. So if I can quickly, in 1 minute, make a short deep dive on what we do on CCUS. So CCUS is a critical technology which can be scaled to store gigatons of carbon dioxide per year as part of a broad package of solutions to get to net zero emissions. So it's not CCUS or renewable or something else. It's a combination of all, depending on the merit order for each country. Each of them come with a specific energy profile, a specific greenhouse gas profile, specific capacity, natural capacity or financial or technical competencies. And it would be, again, for me, a miss if we were just to exclude CCUS by default and for philosophical reason. So CCUS will have to be part, and we have to scale it up. For instance, if you look at the Paris Agreement, most of the model now are calling for massive increase of CCUS. I don't think that there is any realistic scenario to date that does not account for a massive increase of carbon capture and storage. And again, here, the competencies of this industry are unique. You need to have a very good understanding of geological formation, capacity to drill exploration well, to have patient capital to run very complex project, very large scale, take risk as well. And this is all of that are the key components of this industry. So in that spirit, what we look at when we look at CCUS is that we look at it from the perspective of decarbonizing hub. So it's not one CCUS associated with one industrial site, it's one CCUS project to decarbonize a hub which combine multiple sources of emission in a perimeter that could be large as a few hundred kilometers. And recent studies that we've performed, for instance, across 52 countries, has identified that nearly 1 gigaton of CO2 emission could be stored at a cost that is below $100 per ton in different hubs of the world, across 100 hubs. And so what we do now is that we accelerate the development of those hubs. We have 25 where we are actively engaged. A few years ago, we only had a handful of hubs in our portfolio. So the growth is exponential, and it can create jobs, as we've seen in a number of hubs. It's not only about cost. CCUS generally seen as a very expensive solution. Of course, there will be an economic of scale that's going to happen. To date, it's relatively costly. It's going to be less and less, but it's an investment. It's not like a spending. It's something where you can maintain industrial capacity in countries, but also create jobs. So I'm going to stop there. But thanks a lot for giving me the opportunity to address this audience.
Thank you, Julian. I think we'll move to the Q&A part of our panel. And I'll start by I have a couple of questions for Sema. I mean, in your speech, you mentioned, I think, more ambitious target for nuclear power generation. I'm wondering, why is that? Why do you think we can achieve this in reference to the IEF RFF outlook that was presented today? And what can be the role of the government in helping in that higher penetration?
Yeah, thank you for that question. Well, we had a discussion earlier today about the importance of having the business as usual scenarios, and of course we got from Francesco an explanation on the difference of various scenarios. So I will tell you that nuclear energy currently does appear in many scenarios. And some of them with more or less. I mean, and obviously you have a summary in this report. So the one thing that I will say is currently none of the scenarios that we have seen, as far as I know, in any available publication to us, looks at nuclear beyond the current applications, essentially base load electricity of large reactors. So as I mentioned earlier to you, there are many other applications of nuclear energy that are feasible, that are proven, that are being used right now, that are not considered there. So we do not look at the use of nuclear energy in a flexible electricity grid. We do not include the use of small modular reactors, whether it is for electricity or other applications. We do not include the use of nuclear for hydrogen production, for heat, whether it's industrial or district heating, etc., etc. So this is why, in our opinion, it is possible to include much more ambition in the role of nuclear in many of these scenarios. So that's the number that I mentioned earlier, this 25% nuclear electricity. And then I also mentioned that we could go beyond that if we look at the other applications. So that's the ambition that we are seeking to infuse. And then here, you mentioned also the role of governments. Well, we think that the role of governments is incredibly important, but more than anything, to instill this sense of confidence, to put in place these long-term energy plans that are going to give clarity and transparency, and they are going to incentivize both the industry, which obviously needs it to make investments and to get ready for whatever long-term plan is coming, but also the investment community. So that's what we see the role of governments. And of course, this can take many ways. So one way is policies. We need policies that are technology neutral, that are going to put in place a level playing field for all low carbon energy sources. And also in maybe the realignment or the redesign of markets. And we've heard earlier before a few people talking about the importance of reassessing or realigning how our current energy markets work. So those are two ways in which the governments can help. And then of course, there is the financing issues. And when I say the government support will be very important, I don't mean only the potential for public support, public financing, is, as I said earlier, the importance of creating this ecosystem, this clear framework in which the private investment can actually support all these low carbon infrastructure energy projects such as nuclear energy.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Sama. My next question is to Cosmin. I think you spoke about the wide-ranging support for nuclear power in Romania. And you spoke also the impact, the economic impact that your company and the nuclear sector made in Romania. Can you speak a little bit more about how do you see the link between the wide popular support and the localization that you've done and the economic impact?
Well, firstly, I think that in Romania, we've had this through the localization that we've done for the supply chain, but also the university programs that we've implemented for formation of nuclear operators. Being a nuclear operator or a person working in the nuclear industry became a matter of intellectual pride. So it attracted social status. Plus the fact that although we were under communism when we started this program, we managed to attract North American technology, and we worked with North American standards, and there was a lot of export in that sense. Plus the safety record that we had, that's been one of the best in the world. All of these kind of created a mirage. You know, we could have a company that's at international standards. That's why we performed very well on the stock exchange as well, in our own backyard. So in that sense, I think that was part of the reasons why, on top of the fact that we've been bringing a lot of economic benefits and cheap energy that has also managed to power steel mills and aluminum plants very well. There's a great synergy between these types of industries. And we're one of the very few countries in Europe that still hold these type of industries in country. And I think everybody understands that. On top of that, we've had always a very proactive approach, starting from high school, universities, going into communities in terms of public engagement and acceptance. And we have a program that is very, very dedicated in this sense. We measure public opinion on a yearly basis. So it's part of the work that we do day in, day out in terms of engaging the communities nationally, but also locally.
Thank you, Councilman. My next question is to Andrea. I think a lot of the discussion around the role of gas comes related to utility usually. I wonder if you can speak a little bit about, the role of gas beyond utility, whether in transportation or hard to abate sectors, just to maybe diversify the discussion.
Well, thank you for the question. Indeed, we think that gas has a role to play in many other sectors. By the way, I'm also having a different hat on with respect to my IGU one. I'm the executive vice president of the Natural Gas Vehicle Association in Italy, so I'm here to deliver for you, for answering to you. No, I think in that respect, we have, again, several options to look at going forward. In the maritime sector, for sure, there is a challenge for decarbonizing or reducing the carbon footprint of transport there. And I think we are looking at LNG as one of the cleanest and easiest and most immediate, let's say, ways to do that. It's not just because of the carbon footprint that is reduced, but also because, again, looking at the experience of the nuclear sector, we have to deliver in operational excellence and safety of operations. So we have to be absolutely certain that everything is going streamlined in everything we do. Having said that, for sure, in the road transportation as well, there is quite a ramp up on the LNG side to look at the heavy duty transport. Of course, you have also CNG, and again, Italy is one of the leading countries in Europe for that, but LNG is for sure a no regret move as of now, given the fact that alternatives are hardly available as of now. With respect to industry, I would say that we are more possibly focusing on power generation in the headlines, but in reality, gas is playing a role also there, very, very robust. And again, it is a need to create the real, let's say, rational in terms of economics. If I look at India, for instance, India has a tremendous, let's say, option to move towards cleaner energies, and gas for sure is one of them. They are doing a lot of investments, but of course, again, relying on just pot LNG nowadays is becoming a little bit more difficult. So you have to have an investment infrastructure that gives you the flexibility and affordability and the security to make the product always available at the right cost. So it's there to stay. I think the opportunity to enlarge the scale there. Also, and I conclude with that, given the fact that the so-called hard to abate sectors could have a first step with gas and then renewable gases and then hydrogen being blended or pure hydrogen at the later stage. So I think that's a trend that we see moving along quite fast.
Thank you, Andrea. And again, given the time limitation, I would like to thank my fellow panelists in this room and those who joined us virtually. And I would like to turn it over to my close friend, Joe McMonagle, for the closing remarks. Thank you.
Well, thanks. Thanks very much. And again, congratulations to you on your new position at CAPSARC. And we look forward to our event that you and I will be co-hosting tomorrow. And I don't have many comments to make in closing, other than I thought it was a very valuable day in terms of illuminating the challenges and the different choices that we have to make as policymakers and companies and investors. And hopefully we've added a contribution to that discussion today. My main role is, I think, to provide information on transportation tonight for the CAPSARC dinner that will be hosted by His Royal Highness, who is, of course, Chairman of the Board of Trustees of CAPSARC, and others will be there in attendance tonight as well. And the transportation will depart here at 6:45 p.m. So just note that it's about a 45-minute ride, depending on traffic. But other than that, I want to call on my co-hosts. I'll start first with Mr. Kasuki, who's patiently waiting for us and observing the proceedings from Paris, and really appreciate you staying with us, and look forward to any closing comments you may have.
Thank you. Thank you, Joe. So, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank the IEF once again for putting together this joint symposium. And many of the topics today had a similar theme, which largely fits into the scope of the necessity of reconciling the need for secure and affordable markets in the short term with the need to ensure that the energy transitions continue apace and that we make serious efforts to decarbonize the energy sector. The challenges in the market today with high oil and natural gas prices could stifle a global economic recovery that desperately needs to happen. So countries that have in the past been the bedrock of market stability could play a role in mitigating these risks. And we do not anticipate that the volatility or moments of high prices will magically disappear as the energy sector transitions. And we have been saying for years that a well-managed transition is key. Supply cannot be going in one direction while the demand goes another. And clarity is the key in avoiding mismatches, and we take our responsibility to put forward the available data very seriously. These rising challenges all call for intensified cooperation and dialogue. And I would like to thank the IEF once again for its mission to act as a forum for such a dialogue. Thanks as well to the OPEC, the co-organizer, and also the old speakers and the participants today for the very fruitful discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now let me turn to our other co-host, Mr. Katani from OPEC.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to thank everyone and each of you for the valuable input and for the questions, for the insights that you have kindly shared with us at this dialogue of the 12th IEA IEF OPEC Symposium on Energy Outlook. It is an honor and pleasure to collaborate with such brilliant minds and to hear such thoughtful strategies. I have full confidence that such knowledgeable people on board, we will find a way toward a just energy transition. Much of our conversation today had focused on the way that comparing our outlooks and unifying our data set can contribute to sustainable and inclusive growth. This lies at the heart of both of our work here at the OPEC Secretariat as well as at this annual symposium. Today's discussion have taken us one step further. I want to remind us all that oil is expected to remain an essential part of the solution to a just energy transition. Our most recent world oil outlook sees primarily energy demand expanding. As I mentioned in my intervention earlier today, it will still dominate 28% of the global energy mix by 2045, and the oil will continue to retain the largest share of the energy throughout the outlook period. So the energy demand will grow by 28%, as well as the oil will still dominate 28% of the global energy mix. Additionally, many of our OPEC member countries are leaders in developing and deploying renewable energies. We embrace all forms of energy at the OPEC Secretariat and at the OPEC member states. And this is to fill the expanding energy demand and to ensure sustainable development particularly among the world's poorest. We also support all of the goals of the UNFCCC, and all of our member countries at OPEC have signed the Paris Agreement. Ladies and gentlemen, our countries face a double whammy. They stand to be among those hardest hit by climate change, and their development may be severely impacted by the lack of investment, primarily in the oil upstream and its demonization as a source of energy. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, today's our discussion touched upon our dreams for a successful and sustainable, but also fair energy future, and how it would look like. There are as many opinions in this room in this subject as there is people on the planet. But only by meeting such as this one, we will be able to discuss them and zero in upon what may truly help us to become successful. By examining every side of the puzzle, of course, one may solve the whole puzzle. Lord John Brown of Medingley, former CEO of BP, touched today upon this in his presentation of his publication, Make, Think, Imagine, Engineering the Future of Civilization. Of course, we also need to look into the practicalities of today, which include recovery of the COVID-19 pandemic and rising ambitions to address climate change. But also here, we need to tap into the creativity of the great minds of our time to move this process forward in a way that is just and feasible. Let me continue to talk, or let us continue to talk, to dream and to succeed. Our work together is nothing short of invaluable for the future of the mankind. Thank you, and back to Your Excellency.
I admit many thanks, and many thanks to our friends at the IEA in Paris. That concludes the Outlook Symposium. If you're staying for tomorrow, the CAPSARC IEF day focusing on technology and the bridge to the transition will be tomorrow. So please join us tomorrow. And again, transportation tonight at 6:45 from the IEF headquarters. Thank you all.